Tucked away in a leafy corner of Oxfordshire, there's a workshop where unloved and forgotten objects are given a new lease of life.
Now, that looks brilliant. This is polished up beautifully.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Gary Wallace is a restoration and salvage dealer with a difference.
What would you want for the whole thing?
In his hunt for the unexpected,
Haven't got those in a 10, have you? No.
he travels far and wide to buy abandoned objects with hidden potential.
Wow, what's this thing? That's amazing. 2.5, and you got a deal.
All right, no problem.
Then reinvents and transforms them into one-of-a-kind marvels. Helping him are his band of skilled designers and craftspeople who paint, cut, chisel and stitch to create masterpieces that are sought after by collectors the world over.
I've got to get $12.50 for it.
Thank you very much, Gary.
All right.
Yes, yes.
We turn the impossible into the doable, basically.
We're the ultimate recyclers.
Welcome to the Restoration Workshop. At the workshop in Henley-on-Thames, for Gary's team, no 2 days are ever the same.
Hi, Gary.
Hello.
Aha, good timing.
Yeah, this is 1930s. The business, effectively, is sourcing the unusual and the interesting, then transforming them into something for modern lifestyle. And then, obviously, we try and sell them. To achieve that, I have to have the right people around me that understand the way I roll and know me well enough to know that everything's doable.
Everyday items are being transformed.
These actually came off a great big fireplace. I just thought I'd make a great pair of lamps.
Sold and sent out.
I think it sounds like a cockerel with a sore throat.
Today, Gary's just returned from an auction with what he hopes could be an historic and valuable treasure.
Successful trip?
Indeed. I kind of bought this thing blind.
That's not a good sign.
Well, I saw it in an auction, looking at what I could see online, worth a punt. I haven't actually seen it in the flesh.
Have you not?
No.
That is ginormous blind.
It was one of those things that don't come up very often.
That's it.
Loads of room.
The one thing I can tell from the weight of it, you haven't bought an empty box.
Right. Well, I just hope it's made it here in one piece.
Oh, my God. Gary, that is absolutely incredible.
It made it.
He bought this 18th century mirror without ever seeing it. A serious gamble for any dealer. But it's a risk Gary hopes will pay off. Hand-carved from a mixture of lime and pine wood, it would likely have originally been gilded in gold leaf to enhance the intricate detail of its design.
I'm kind of blown away by myself at the moment.
Surprised.
It's clearly had some restoration. I mean, it would have been a very, very regal-looking item. Over 40-odd years, it's been in a storage, and then the storage had to be cleared, and it's come on the market. So, very unusual for something like this to come on the market at all.
Gary has had a tip-off that means the mirror could be worth a whole lot more than he bought it for.
If the information I've found is correct, this once sat in Buckingham Palace.
Oh, God. Wow. Oh, this is so royal provenance.
Indeed. It's a serious item. If I'm correct, then this could be quite something.
Don't think the Queen wants it back.
Well, I haven't broken the news to her yet, but I'm just itching to look at the back of this frame.
The front of this mirror may boast an intricate design, but it's the back where the really important details are.
There we are. GRV, George V, BP. That's Buckingham Palace.
Wow.
There we are, on there as well, GRBP. We've got the original back and the original frame.
This must be what you've dreamt of finding.
It is.
How often do you come across something as unusual as this? On a hunch, blind bid at an auction.
This is the first time.
The markings on the mirror may match its auction description, but proving provenance is everything. With an item potentially this valuable, it's vital he backs up its history with evidence.
What an amazing find. A great day for the antiques business.
Absolutely unbelievable.
As well as creating and reinventing the weird and the wonderful, Gary is a collector and dealer of all sorts of fine antiques and curios. And there's one subject that's always enthralled him.
One of the first things I became interested in, even as a young child, was militaria and all things related, really. From military history, the weapons, the uniforms, the regiments. From a very early age, I was collecting lead soldiers or toy guns.
Gary's childhood passion for soldiering was fired by a source that couldn't have been closer to home.
Being the son of a sergeant in the Grenadier Guards probably has installed a major influence, so it's kind of always been a bit of a passion of mine.
Gary bought his latest purchase at auction for £250 and has asked his dad along to get a bit more insight into its provenance.
Right then.
How you doing?
You all right? Yeah. Nice to see you. Hey,
Yeah.
What you got there, then?
Let's have a look at this. There's one of myself.
Well, how does it make you feel to be part of that?
Great honour. Once a guardsman, always a guardsman.
The Grenadier Guards is one of the oldest and most iconic regiments in the British Army. Formed in 1656 by King Charles II, they fought in all of the major wars in British history since.
So when were you in? What was that?
1955 I went in.
55.
Yeah, that's the very first squad at the Guards Depot.
See you there, isn't it?
That's me. All these lads, I can all remember them all, individuals.
Now I
Yeah.
understand why every morning we went to school we had to have an inspection. I've actually found something that I think might be of interest to you.
Really? Yeah?
This drum
Ah, yes.
just happens to be, you might recognise that.
Yeah. 1st Battalion. And, of course, the flaming grenade
Yeah.
for me Grenadiers.
The band and drums march at the head of the column of that regiment when it's on parade. The list of battles on its side gives an excellent indication of this gnarled drum's actual age. The last battle listed would have been the final battle fought by the regiment before the drum was made.
Got Tangiers, 1680. Waterloo, there's your boat.
Well-
But here it got South Africa, 1890, look, you see. And what's the last one on this side?
Modder River, South African War of
Yes.
1899. Well,
So this is quite old.
so there's no First World War battle honours on
No,
here. So it
no.
must be, I reckon it is a First World War drum.
It is. And I shouldn't think there'd be too many of those around
No,
now.
it's a rare thing.
It certainly is.
My plan is to get this restored. I want to keep the patina. I'm not
Yeah,
going to overdo
yeah,
it because I love
yeah.
the way that it's all the faded colours. And
Well, that's right.
I think on this occasion I'll leave
Yeah.
it to the experts.
I think so.
Inside the drum, Gary's found a clue to the original makers.
In there's a beautiful old label. Henry Potter and
Yeah.
Co. Contractors to the War Office.
I should think they're still doing it. Well, they would be.
Yeah.
And sure enough, Henry Potter & Co. still exists today. Founded in 1810, the company started as specialists in drums, fifes and bugles. It remained a family-run business until 1965, and today they're based in Aldershot in Surrey, where Gary and his dad are heading to meet George, whose father was an apprentice to the original founders.
George,
How are you?
how you
How are
doing?
you?
Good to meet you, mate. How are you?
Good. And
This is Sergeant Wallace,
pleasure.
George.
Grenadier Guards. I found this.
Good old Henry Potter drum.
Indeed. In terms of restoring it, I actually like the fact that it's a bit beaten up. I wouldn't want to change any of this at all, and even where it's missing.
The old heraldry.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to touch
that.
that. Yeah, just clean up, perhaps a revarnish, and obviously it's got a skin missing.
To preserve the aged look of the drum, George has some old calfskin vellum heads that he hopes might work as a replacement.
We got an old timp head.
Yeah, I think that's the look, really. It'll sit well with that.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah. Right, we'll put that on then. We can get that stripped down.
Yeah.
We'll take the rope off, polish up the back for you if you like.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, we'll be able to see a lot more of the heraldry.
Yes.
It'll look as it should.
You will see more of the top, yeah.
What sort of memories do you have at drumming?
I had a good right hand, but my left hand
was a bit
dubious. So, you know, so they quickly took me away from that. To me, when I see something like this, it's history.
It is.
It's history, and
that's what we're trying to keep going.
Exactly.
With
the
potters.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to leave it in your very capable hands. No, I can't wait to see it in its full glory. Right, come on in, Sergeant Wallace. Let's get move on.
Thank you, George. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
Restorer George is wasting no time getting to work on Gary's Grenadier Guards drum, starting by removing the rope that holds it together.
We've got to strip it right back down to the bare shell. It's one single rope. It's all got to go back together. I've just got to be careful that I don't scratch any of the heraldry work. I do like doing these types of restorations because there's plenty of history there, and I'm here to keep the history going. There we go. Now the rope's off. We can take the top hoop off. There's the bottom hoop. There we go. There is the bare shell.
Only half of the drum is decorated with heraldry. The other half is brass and hidden from view when it's being played.
So I'm just going to put some paper over the heraldry so we don't get any grease or anything from the polishing. I'm going to polish up the back. About this. So now I've got to clean up and try and reveal the heraldry. We've got to take off the old coating that was on there before, the old lacquer, the old varnish, and get it looking a bit shinier.
A combination of acetone, methylated spirit and white spirit is used to gently clean the heraldry without causing any damage.
Let's get the line going. Let's bring him back to life. So I'm trying to take the old varnish off, but there's a very fine line between taking the old varnish off of the gold flake. That's what I'm fighting with. We're not going to repaint because Gary wants to keep it as original as he possibly can. We're getting there. This has done well to last 100 years. We're going to preserve it for another 100 years.
With the heraldry brought back to life, George gives it a coat of clear lacquer to seal in the restoration.
It really brought that colour out, hasn't it? Hopefully Gary's happy anyway.
Hey, Gary, back from another journey.
Over at the workshop in Henley, Gary's next project is to reinvent an authentic piece of engineering that he bought from a helicopter museum for £50.
I couldn't resist that. It's just got such great form.
This tripod jack would originally have been used to hold up the tail end of a helicopter during maintenance and repair.
I'm not quite sure what we're going to do with it yet, but it's just a really cool thing, and it's obsolete now. It can make a really cool garden feature, but it's one of those things, it's got so many options. It's obviously built for a purpose, and we're going to give it another one.
Gary has already got an idea of what he wants to transform this into,
I've got the heavy side.
and after some brainstorming, his vision starts to take shape.
It lends itself to be an amazing armillary sphere or sundial.
Thought to have been invented by the ancient Greeks, the armillary sphere was created to represent a model of the universe, with the Earth at its centre. The arrow through the middle of its interlocking rings casts a shadow to tell the time.
Some of the classic ones utilise a figure of Atlas supporting the world. That's the bracket that's already in place, and I'm going to utilise that and fabricate Atlas, so mount him on there, and then see how that can be fixed to the outer ring. Very often it's a case of bringing together things that you had knocking around. That's why we never throw anything away around here. And I happen to find this numerical strip, which has come off an old armillary sphere. This would be a useful piece to incorporate into this design. Looking at the dimensions of the base, the top's going to have to be just short of 1 metre in diameter. I don't have the tools to be able to create this, so I need to go to a very clever blacksmith friend of mine. This is going to be something really quite special.
Just a 20-minute drive from Gary's workshop is blacksmith David. Specialising in traditional blacksmithing with a contemporary twist, he's been creating masterpieces from metal for over 20 years. So he's the perfect choice to bring Gary's vision to life.
Hello,
Gary.
How you doing?
Yeah, very good, very good.
I'm looking at this purely from a decorative
OK,
point of view, and I think it's this visual impact we're looking at.
that's nice, so we can just concentrate on making it look good.
Yeah.
Gary wants to incorporate the copper strip as a decorative feature within one of the rings of the armillary sphere.
So we need to find some metal now that this can sit on happily.
Yeah. If you had something that was close and we had to wrap it, I don't think that'd be a problem. We could just round these off and just create a feature of it, really.
All right, that's a good idea, I like that.
The first step is to create the 3 rings that will make up the sphere. This machine is known as a pyramid roller. The top wheel pinches the metal and deflects it, bending it into an arc as it passes along the wheels below, and eventually into a perfect ring shape.
You can really see it taking shape now, can't you?
Done. That looks about right.
Yeah, spot on.
OK, so we're going to weld this.
With the first ring finished, David has 2 more to make to complete the armillary sphere.
That's going to work a treat.
Before welding the rings together permanently, David checks the dimensions are spot on.
So that's Atlas. That's there, at that sort of angle.
Yep.
And we need the arrow coming up.
But they're all effectively at right angles to each other.
Yeah, brilliant.
With the sphere taking shape, Gary works on creating the figure of the Greek god Atlas on a slab of steel.
I'm trying to work out how I can get the scale correct to this radius.
I'm liking that. In silhouette, it looks magnificent. You up for cutting it then?
Yeah, let's give it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Despite being in the restoration business for over 30 years, there's always a new skill to be learned.
If you're going to pierce in there, you've got to cut at that angle and gradually bring it in until it cuts down. Slower.
This plasma cutter works by compressed air being blown at high speed out of a nozzle. At the same time, an electrical arc is formed onto the surface being cut. This turns some of that compressed air into plasma, hot enough to melt the metal.
Try and keep the movement smooth. You get a smoother cut.
It's not long before Gary gets the hang of it.
Quite satisfying, isn't it?
Yeah, very much.
Right. I quite like that. So let's see what it looks like. Oh, yeah. That'll work.
Yeah, really pleased with that. The proportion looks right.
He's quite buff.
Yeah, he need to be. Look at what he's holding up.
Yeah.
While David finishes assembling the sphere, Gary smooths the edges on Atlas, who is nearly ready to hold up the world.
Looking amazing, and
yeah.
seeing it in that form now, it's coming to life very much. I've learned some new skills today. I expected to sort of drop it off, do a drawing, and get on my way. And the next thing you know, I'm actually taking part in a blacksmith's. I was his apprentice for the day. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
In Aldershot, having cleaned and revarnished the main body of the military drum, George is now ready to give it a new skin, which he's been soaking in water to allow it to soften.
So now I have to tuck it around. So I pull it, push the tool in, around and under. It's adhering to itself. Now you go and do the opposites. So I'll spin it around. And there, tuck it under. And when it dries, it shrinks slightly, and then it'll be a lot tighter once it's on the drum. There we go. We're nearly there.
Before he can reassemble the drum, George needs to retie the braces which attach to the rope and regulate the tension of the drum head.
So I've got myself an old head that I can cut up, which I'm going to use for lace to retie the braces. Put them into soak so then they soften up. Actually, this was my first job at Potter's. At 14 years old, I used to get paid 34p each when I used to come home from school on brace.
Using a mix of white powder, PVA and water, George can now re-whiten the rope and braces.
Just making sure that we get it all inside the rope, all inside the twists. Once it's dry, it'll be ready for roping on the drum.
All that's left is to reassemble the pieces.
All the way through. And we bring our rope over the top and back down through the brace. We carry this process on all the way around the drum. I can go round and tighten it up. To see how it was and to how it is now, I think it's a bit of a difference.
Gary and his team hate to see anything useful or beautiful thrown on the scrap heap. Today he's going to reinvent the front grille of a 1930s Wolseley Hornet. These two-seater cars cost £175 and were aimed at society's elite. Their tiny but powerful engines developed an outstanding reputation. Gary wants to preserve this icon of British engineering as a bespoke wall mirror.
Before I do anything, I've got to take this rather nasty dent out. So go outside to the dent removal department. What we need to do is try and force this back the other way, and by placing it on this very strategically placed upturned table leg, it just happened to serve this purpose. Let's push that out quite well just by using sort of my body weight. Now, I'm just going to give it another little tap with the mallet. That nasty dent in the side has come out. There will be a mark there, but just part of its character.
Using wire wool, he can now set to work on creating the distressed look that he's after.
We don't need to go too far with it, because I do actually want to see an element of patina and wear. This grille would have been pressed from brass and then coated in chrome, and sometimes you get the brass coming through, especially on areas where it's had a bit of damage. And we see traces just coming through on some of these edges and some of these little areas here. It's quite nice just to leave that. Let's go. I've found a piece of timber that was actually table leaf. So I've positioned it on this board, and I will now mark on here the contour I need to follow. And I will cut that off out by hand. This backing board now becomes the template for my mirror. I'm going to cut a piece which is just slightly oversized, then lay my template on it, draw around the template, and then by hand cut the shape. Glass being glass, that could all go wrong at any stage.
Once the straight cuts are made, he can start on the more tricky rounded edges.
We're going to lubricate the wheel with white spirit because that's going to help it glide along. Because we're doing it by hand, we especially need this. So far, so good. Very pleased with the way that went. I'm just going to file down the edge. But at no point can you be complacent with this mirror plate because it could break at any point, and the only time it's really safe is once it's stuck to that board and in that casing there. To keep the mirror in place, I will use a clear silicone adhesive, the best stuff on the market, and it really does hold it there. Once it's in there, and it's not going anywhere. Now just place the mirror on. A little bit of movement just to make sure it's got the right tolerance all the way around so we don't risk knocking it inside the shell. And then I'll let that set really hard.
Silicone dry, it's time for the finishing touches.
So what I want to do is spray this bottom edge black, which is just for presentation, and then this line becomes the sort of shining edge. It looks like it's slightly off the wall when you hang it. It's just a bit of an illusion, really. All I do now is a final polish up on the chrome and just clean the glass, ready to go.
From a £60 discarded car grille that no longer had a purpose to a unique and contemporary design piece with mass appeal that Gary now hopes to sell for £250. Not bad for a day's work. Gary has been doing his research into the provenance of the antique mirror he bought at an online auction. After contacting numerous sales rooms and auction houses, he's finally struck gold.
I've got a cutting from the original auction catalogue, and it was sold in 1959 by Christie's. Now, the provenance listed here is King George V, 1936 Buckingham Palace. Well, that would explain the BP. Queen Mary, 1953, Marlborough House. She was well known for having a few bits shipped off to Marlborough. And Her Majesty the Queen actually sold the mirror as a pair, so there would have been two. The stamps I discovered on the back are confirmed from this provenance that it was King George V, GVR, and BP, Buckingham Palace, ties in exactly with this catalogue entry.
This level of royal provenance could mean a hefty profit.
It's really good news. I think we're onto a winner. I took a bit of a chance and paid well into 4 figures for it. This could go well into 5 figures to the right punter. Every now and again, you do take a bit of a gamble on a hunch or a gut feeling. I was very lucky to have bought it. I'm not going to do an awful lot with it. Such an amazing piece. My gut feeling has paid off.
The military drum Gary bought at auction has been fully restored and has just arrived back at the workshop.
Stand by your beds. We have a delivery.
Oh, interesting.
This will be the unveiling, because I haven't seen it either.
All right. Aha.
That's a bit like Christmas, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. You have to say, guess what I wanted, Dad?
Apple and an orange. Looking good. Well, look at that.
Yes.
Oh, that looks a bit different, doesn't it?
Done a good job, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They very nicely not tampered with the original paintwork.
Over the top. No,
Just sealed it in and preserved it. That's a great job, isn't it? Nice bit of history, that.
we were trying to sort out exactly the year, weren't we?
Yeah.
Look, 1914.
What I might do is, rather than just sit on a shelf, is create a drum table.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to tamper with the drum at all. I'm literally going to create a base and then have a nice glass top. That way, this stays as an original piece.
Exactly.
And,
yeah.
It's just it's almost a presentation place for it.
It really is. Yeah.
And we'll create it the right height so we can actually use it to put a cup of coffee.
I don't think you'll find another one. He's done a magnificent job with it.
Yeah, it's really nice.
With a plan up his sleeve, Gary gets to work on creating a base for the drum to stand on.
I've selected a really nice piece of chunky teak, which we'll polish up beautifully.
Gary gets out his trusty router to give the sides of the wood some decorative detail.
As you can see, we have a step there and then a lovely rounded edge, and that's exactly what we're looking for in this particular case.
Gary uses a dark wax to stain the wooden base and blend it to the colour of the drum.
As you can see, the wax is having quite a dramatic effect on the wood. It's actually doing exactly as I kind of intended. That's really now getting a really nice rich colour now.
Now he can give it the all-important test.
What I'm going to do is improvise by creating an insert that this sits on and then gives it a little bit of space to raise it slightly, and that will allow the ropes to sit on this stand. I'm going to take a template underneath and cut a section of timber that this can sit on. That'll be sanded, waxed, polished and screwed to the base. So I'm going to put this little layer of felt, so I'm going to glue that onto there, and that'll just sit there really nicely and protect it. Now we're ready to place the drum. The item could be detached at any time and played if you wish. Be a fantastic talking piece.
In amongst the bits and bobs that never get thrown away, Gary's found the perfect addition to finish off this display piece.
And that is the reversed royal cipher. Now, this would have gone on the backpack, which was black, and this was the one for the Grenadier Guards. So it's quite fitting that this should sit with this. Perfect.
All that's left is to add the glass, and this incredible piece of history is complete.
Well, looks to business. Really like that.
From a tired and broken drum that Gary bought for £200 at auction to a beautifully restored and transformed display table that he's looking to sell for £1,200.
It gives the drum some importance and gives it a pride of place. With the glass top, it means a wonderful piece of history has been preserved and now has a function within the home.
At the forge, blacksmith David is working on Gary's garden feature. Having created the metal sphere, he now needs to shape an arrowhead which will pierce through the centre. His aim is to sculpt the arrow from a single piece of metal. First, he needs to choose a suitable strip to work with.
One of the lovely things about blacksmithing is we could start with a completely inappropriate size of metal and forge it, either making it larger or smaller, and ultimately shape it to what we want.
The metal is heated in the hearth to over 800 degrees Celsius. Once it glows bright orange, David knows it's the right temperature to begin forging into shape.
That's why we've all become blacksmiths. Turning one thing into a completely different other.
This power hammer is used to pound the metal, where it begins to take the shape of the arrow shaft. The remaining wider section of metal is then used to create the arrow head.
So I'm going to draw this out and taper it down and then start to spread it out. Once I've got it big enough for what I want, I'm going to flatten it, and using the hot chisel, you're going to cut it out. And there she is.
David then uses the same technique on a separate piece of metal to make the fletching.
Yeah, there we go.
Adding fine detail to represent the feather lines.
We're getting there now. Very nearly finished.
While David finishes off the arrow, his colleague Billy is adapting the tripod base to fit, so that the steel figure of Atlas can be attached.
I'm taking this piece of wood off to fit the figurine for the sphere, and then I'll be taking off the section of metal here. Might require a little bit of tapping, it's fairly rusted. And then this section here will be crimped together, so that the man can fit in between nicely. There's that.
Once he's heated the mild steel to just over 1,000 degrees Celsius, he can forge it into shape.
So this bar is going to be mounted in here, with him fixed on top, holding everything up.
But before the piece can be assembled, David needs to fix the two sections of finished arrow into position.
And then I'm going to start working my way up, drilling holes through there until I can actually slide the arrow through.
Before welding them together and onto the sphere.
Yabba dabba doo.
All they need to do now is add the godly flourish of Atlas.
Shall we chuck it on and see what it looks like?
Yep.
As the final piece comes together, Gary's return couldn't have been better timed.
Well, you have been busy.
Oh, hello, Gary.
Doesn't it look like it looks great?
It's quite a beast, isn't it?
Oh, all credit to you. That's a fantastic job. David has listened to every single thing I said, and he's interpreted my thoughts exactly. And seeing it in the flesh is just, it's mind-blowing. I think he's made a magnificent job. It's a real creation. It's a real piece of art.
Back at the workshop, there's a few finishing touches to make before Gary's vision is complete.
I have a book of brass leaf here, and I want to carefully apply that onto... I'm going to do Atlas and the fletch and the arrowhead. these sections will just stand out. It's going to be a little bit of a trial and error. This is Japan oil. You apply it to the surface, let it go tacky. It's almost touch dry. Simply you lay it onto it, then you just leave it alone. The metalwork will corrode naturally. I'm not going to try and do a painted finish. I just want it to look aged, like it's always been there and complements the stand.
After a quick buff and polish, it's ready for display. From a decommissioned helicopter jack that Gary bought for £50 to a handcrafted spectacular garden feature. The old copper strip he salvaged from a previous armillary sphere has been perfectly incorporated as an eye-catching feature. He now hopes to sell this dramatic structure for £1,200.
Atlas is supporting the world. The two pieces sit well together. I'm just really pleased with it. What a great project, and a piece that's got amazing presence. Just need to find a home for it now. Let's hope it ends up somewhere spectacular. I have to say, not sure I want to sell it now. Might just have to go back into the collection.
Next time on Restoration Workshop.
Welcome to Trinity Marine.
Oh, my word, this is absolutely bonkers.
Gary gets his pick of some awe-inspiring maritime memorabilia.
Oh, they're brilliant.
We'll take a deposit if you want to leave a deposit.
A washed-up ship's compass points to an impressive transformation.
That's amazing. And it's really beautiful.
And Gary proves he's got a lot of bottle with his plans for some old timber.
Bit of weight there. And there's no wine in it yet.
Tucked away in a leafy corner of Oxfordshire, there's a workshop where unloved and forgotten objects are given a new lease of life.
Now, that looks brilliant. This is polished up beautifully.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Gary Wallace is a restoration and salvage dealer with a difference.
What would you want for the whole thing?
In his hunt for the unexpected,
Haven't got those in a 10, have you?
No.
he travels far and wide to buy abandoned objects with hidden potential.
Wow, what's this thing? That's amazing. 2.5, and you got a deal.
All right, no problem.
Then reinvents and transforms them into one-of-a-kind marvels. Helping him are his band of skilled designers and craftspeople who paint, cut, chisel and stitch to create masterpieces that are sought after by collectors the world over.
I've got to get $12.50 for it.
Thank you very much, Gary.
All right.
Yes, yes.
We turn the impossible into the doable, basically.
The ultimate recyclers.
Welcome to the Restoration Workshop.
Right, I've got a bit of a problem in that I've got an American client flying in for Friday to see these Napoleonic officers' trunks.
Yeah.
Don't have to be fully restored, but they need to be brought back to life. So it needs a bit of your spit and polish.
Okie dokie.
So that's your mission. Can you do it?
I think so.
Dealers and restorers like Gary and his dad have been recycling and repurposing old and redundant items long before it became the norm.
It's already coming.
Oh, yeah. If you can get that, all of it, looking like that,
Exactly.
that's going to look the business.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I'll leave it to you then.
Okay, fine.
All right.
All right, Gary.
Done it yet?
Oh, good on me. Yeah.
And today, Gary's visiting a yard that's taken the art of salvaging to a whole new level.
So we're off to Trinity Marine Salvage. They're world-renowned. They're the leaders in maritime salvage. Anything that's worth salvaging from a vintage vessel, they grab it, basically. Always wanted to go there, never been there. And I'll be hoping to find something that nobody else has valued in the way that I would.
Trinity Marine Salvage Yard has been reclaiming nautical items from all manner of boats, ships and submarines for over 30 years. Owner Mark has agreed to show Gary around to tempt him with some salty treasures.
Morning. How you doing?
Nice to meet you, Mark.
Nice to meet you, Mark. Gary.
Welcome to Trinity Marine.
Well, I've heard all about it. I've never had the privilege of being over here.
Oh,
so...
good man. Well, wait till you see what we got. You know, we're the biggest and best in the world at marine gear.
So I
and
hear.
interiors. Yeah, come with me. I'll show you in the showrooms.
Great. Oh, my word. This is absolutely bonkers.
You like that?
It's amazing.
Good, eh? Yeah.
I think I've ever seen so much really cool gear in one place at any one time.
Yeah.
I'm kind of blown away. It's just bonkers. Normally, you can walk into a room and you're kind of drawn to individual things. This place, you just don't know where to look first. It's just mind-blowing. Well, I don't know where to start.
Well, I'll show you. Yeah, we'll start on the first aisle. Come down here a sec.
OK. There's just so much of cool stuff here. It's amazing. I wonder what these are. They're diet plates, aren't they?
Diet plates. No, they're light shades.
Oh, OK, all right.
Good guess. I like your version better than mine. This is the start of the lighting now, and in fact, this is one of my favourites that have come in.
Wow.
Aren't they something?
So you've taken those and polished them all up?
Yeah, we've got them off the ship. For 20 years, we've been going straight to the shipbreakers and salvaging directly from the ships as they've been broken on the beach, you know. And as you can imagine, where there's one of them on a ship, there's 100. So we'll buy the 100 and get them cleaned up, polished, refurbished.
Mark is very knowledgeable about his world, and for me as a dealer, Mark clearly knows exactly where these things have come from, their age, the provenance, and it's really helpful from my end for me to resell, given that knowledge.
Here's just the start of the clocks. There's a little selection.
Wow, they're interesting, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
What about this one?
Yeah, well, that's an unusual one in the fact it's so big. It's off an old ocean liner.
What I like about it is it's fairly simple in its design, but it speaks of an era. It looks very 50s, 60s to me, and I can visualise it in situ elsewhere.
Like that?
What sort of money would that be?
We've got that on at about $250. Is that any good?
I mean, I'd be happy at probably quite a bit less than that, probably sort of 120, 130.
That's getting close to what I give for it, to be honest. Like 160. That's where I'm finished.
Not 150?
Yeah, go on then, 150. Let's start it.
Let's get the ball rolling.
All right,
Cheers, lovely.
good man. No worries,
really
mate.
appreciate that.
Good.
It's a nice thing, I love that. Mark very kindly gave me a really great deal, so I'm very pleased with that. And it got the ball rolling, so we're off to a great start.
The sheer amount of potential new stock piled high on the shelves tempting Gary is overwhelming. But he's got to stay focused and find the hidden gems that he can transform for a profit.
What's that?
I don't know, your guess is as good as mine. I wish I did know.
That's a
Something
preserve
like
jar,
that.
isn't it?
Yeah.
How much are they?
Tenors. It'd be a different price with a liner in it.
I don't know what. No, I'm not quite sure what they're for, but they're so
Neither.
cool. I feel like
I
I've
know,
got to
there's
buy
something
them.
about them, I know.
Whatever their previous purpose is, I mean, to me, on a table, they look great with a big, heavy candle in them, and they've just got great design. There's
They
four
won't
of
do
them up here.
Yeah.
Could there be 30 for the four?
Yeah. They're not doing any good here, especially up there.
Well, I'll put those down with the other bits.
No problem.
But they've just got a nice look about them.
They're nicely made, aren't they? Italian-made, Italian ocean liner.
Normally, I walk into a place like this, and I'm trying to be very strategic and buy specific things I'm looking for. On this occasion, I'm struggling to not buy lots of things. It's a massive challenge here today because there's so much amazing kit.
Gary's not been able to resist some of the seafaring salvage that Mark's shown him, but none of it needs much work. He's come here to find items to transform, and it looks like things are about to get interesting.
Well, here's the more fun side of the yard. Yeah, where the bigger gear is.
And when he says big, he means really big.
Well, this is something else, this thing.
Yeah, that is.
So where do you reckon that's from?
Well, that's a good question. That, though, funnily enough, that is the stern letters off SS Norway, a really famous ship. And every now and again, if somebody questions the provenance on some of the lights and the fittings I got off the Norway, I'll bring them straight over here and say, look, I told you I got it off Norway. Yeah, I've got the letters.
The scale of this is just awesome.
Yeah,
you can't fathom it, really.
Yeah.
Don't think I could use that. Slightly out of scale for most of the jobs I get involved with. I don't think I've got a van big enough for that one. It's a fabulous thing. Just the way it's distressed and the overall look of it. It's not that practical to hold in stock, I don't think, but a wonderful thing to see and, keep it in mind. But I've got to ask, what are these?
Well, they're 2,000-litre fuel tanks from tornadoes. They're called drop tanks. People use them for all sorts, from river raft races to land speed records. After the Second World War, people were making motorcycle sidecars out of them and that, you know? Lovely bit of kit, and they're only 600 quid.
Well, they're brilliant.
We'll take a deposit if you want to leave a deposit.
Talk about that.
Gary's in his element, and the items he's being shown are like honey to a bear for his creative mind.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I've got something down here I'll show you.
Okay. This looks like it's had better days.
So that would have come off a Japanese cargo ship, you know, out of the wheelhouse.
Right.
It should have a helmet on it. I probably don't have the helmet to go on it. So that would make it cheaper.
This compass binnacle came from the wheelhouse of a Japanese supertanker, which sailed the high seas in the 1970s. The base holds the ship's magnetic compass, mounted on gimbals to keep it level while the ship pitched and rolled.
I've drawn to that straight away because the closer I got to it, it's just the right height to put your elbow on, take a drink. How much would that be? I don't know.
200 quid, that.
Can I be really cheeky and say 1.5?
Let's just see what it weighs. Ali. Yeah, if it had a helmet on it, I'd be double that. But as it is, so 1.5. It's yours if you want it.
All right, I can't argue with that. That's
all right.
great. Yeah,
no problem.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah, great deal. It's one of those things that falls into the realms of not so desirable in Mark's world, but more desirable in mine. It's just an amazing thing and a fantastic price.
A successful deal, and Gary's on a roll, his imagination set alight by the history and workmanship in this amazing yard.
So I walk into the shipping container and it's like a cave. You just have to keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into the cave. And sure enough, at the back, I spot the major parts of what appears to be some kind of a display cabinet. So what do you think that is?
That is a base off an old ship's model. You know, we sold the model in the end without the base and kept that for a rainy day. It would have been all glazed and a big bit of kit once.
There's a base with 4 legs, 1 or 2 little cornice pieces. In my mind, I'm already visualising how it's going to go together. Right, so, what could it be?
Well, I mean, it's been there a few years already, and another few years ain't going to do it any good. So, to be honest, I'm quite happy to sell that cheap. A £50 note would buy all that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can't argue with that.
No,
I don't even know if it's all there, but I kind of have a vision that what it could be, so,
right.
Yeah, let's go for that.
OK, fair enough. You're good at this, aren't you?
I'll tell you what, Mark, I think I've touched the tip of the iceberg here. I've had an amazing day, and I'm still buzzing from just walking around here.
Oh, thanks for that. That means a lot. Cheers, Gary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
With a final deal secured and his imagination firing, Gary loads up his bounty and heads back to the workshop.
Well, today, I have to say, you only got to look at this. What a fantastic day. I don't want to leave, actually. There's so much stuff here, and it really is an amazing stomping ground for someone like myself. I've got loads of inspiration from some of the stuff I've seen here, so I'll definitely be back.
Hey, Gary.
Eric, how you doing?
Good trip?
Yeah, very good.
At the workshop, Gary wants to get cracking on a potentially challenging creation.
I'm about to embark on the ship's display cabinet, which I discovered tucked away in pieces in the back of the container at Trinity Marine.
The cabinet would originally have been crafted to house a maritime model of the highest order, before it fell to rack and ruin. Gary's challenge is to bring it back to its former glory.
I'm quite excited about this project, and to have bought this piece for £50 literally is a jigsaw of pieces, and to save it and resurrect it, that's the aim. It's going to be a lot of work, it's going to be a lot of expertise and a lot of elbow grease as ever, but I've got a gut feeling this could really be a major transformation.
Originally, the cabinet was designed to be viewed from all sides, but once laid out, it's suddenly clear that some of the upper elements are missing. So, Gary needs to get creative.
I want to adapt this and turn it into a wine presentation cabinet. This is how I visualise it going back together. We've got the leg structure, which is actually very, very strong, but the fact that we have one or two pieces missing will dictate where we go next. If I make this a wall cabinet rather than a freestanding cabinet, it will allow me to utilise some of the elements that are already featured in the structure and bring them to the forefront. So from the front, everything will look complete. So next stage is see if we can get it put together.
Underneath the peeling layers of paint, this maritime cabinet may have hidden depths.
What I'd like to do first is just do a tester. Yeah, as suspected, that's really nice ebonised timber under there. This will look incredibly showy, and just by rubbing away there, you can see how that's going to come up. Waxed and polished, that will look absolutely superb. And I like where you've got the mahogany just coming through. That gives it amazing character, and it will look very, very rich. It'll make a real statement. And if it's going to be to showcase a wine collection, it'll be absolutely superb for this purpose. It's really nice when you suspect what is underneath, and you uncover it, and there it is. It was going to look superb, this piece.
Stripping a piece this size without damaging the ebonised wood underneath it is a skilled job. So Gary brings in sister Karina, who spent years learning to do exactly that.
The job satisfies me. I enjoy doing all this sort of stuff. Once you get into all the nooks and crannies, it's like you can really see what it's beginning to look like. When it's going to have like different colours coming through, like the black and the mahogany, it's just going to look really good once it's all sorted, completely stripped. Every stripper's dream. Voila. Very satisfying. Great, love it.
With the old paint removed and the mahogany revealed beneath, it's on to the next stage.
Going to start now on the reconstruction of this piece. I'm going to reinforce some of the joints here. If you start from the base up.
When it's completed, the cabinet needs to be able to hold over 200 bottles of the finest wine. With all that weight to bear, it's essential the structure is rock solid.
So we open up the joint so it allows to get some more adhesive in it, and then we close it back up. The joints are really nice and crisp and accurate, so it's a case of just getting some glue to go into the old joint. And on a piece like this, the quality is so good that the joints really are a testament to its structure. Glue takes about a few hours to go off, but we'll leave it as long as possible. In an ideal situation, you leave it overnight and it'll be rock solid.
Leaving the glue to dry, Gary moves on to his next project, reinventing a Japanese compass that he bought for £150. Once the main navigational instrument of a 1970s supertanker, its new destiny is to become a posing table in a bar.
Looking at it, there's lots of things to consider here. I don't want to polish it beyond recognition. I want to keep as much patina and character about it as I possibly can. These balancing chambers here and the main body of it are all powder coated. But that is a process where layers of paint are baked onto it. It's very difficult to get off. And I actually quite like the idea of some metal coming through and the original paint being on there. I'm going to do a test. In my experience, you can polish that with a slight abrasive wheel in the same way you'd polish metal. And it does come up with a really nice sheen. What I'm going to do first is take these off and go and see if we can try it on the buffing wheel. Right, so straight away I can see where the metal's come through. That's going to highlight that really nicely, and that's what we're going to end up with, and I'm going to be really happy with that finish.
Using the same process, Gary polishes each of the bolts and fittings to bring them back to life.
And now you have a fabulous glistening nut. I can just imagine it done. It's going to look amazing. So I want to do the same to the stem of the compass, and at the same time polish and highlight the areas on the bowl of the compass.
And buffing isn't the only thing with potential to make this old compass shine again.
Amazing thing. And the beauty of this piece, and an added feature, is that there is a light fitting just below here, and that forces light to come up through the compass. It's glass on the bottom, and that sends a ray of light that comes out through the top, and that helps you pick out the directions on the compass. It's just getting better and better, this piece.
Getting into the guts of the compass base to restore the light fixture isn't going to be easy. Luckily, Gary has just the man for the job, electrical expert Eric.
What need to pick your brains here? There's a light fitment there. And I'd like to get that going because once the tabletop's on there, it can give a warm glow and it'll be a real talking
It'll be
point.
really nice.
Well, I can see there's wires coming out at the bottom, so it might be pretty straightforward just to change the light fitting.
Yeah. OK, that should be fine.
It's not every day a project like this comes into the workshop.
Anything to do with the sea, with marine, really gets my juices going. And to be asked to get cracking and work on something like this, I find tremendously exciting. Even if it's a relatively simple exercise, I just know that the whole end result is going to look stunning. So I'm going to, first of all, investigate by unscrewing the screws I can see. 2. OK, so the next thing we need to find out is, having undone these 4 bolts, is it going to let me... OK. I've got the 4 bolts undone. And this thing should lift out through here, but it doesn't want to let me. Oh, it's going to be more difficult than I thought. No handbook on how to take it apart and put this together again. So I just have to guess. Oh, come on, you bloody thing. I think it's the wooden blocks. It is, it's the wooden blocks that are stopping this thing coming out. I'm sure there's a lot of rules and regulations and anti-tampering issues to do with this, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a bit of brute force and English ignorance that's going to solve this little part of the conundrum. Oh, come on. Ah, right. Finally.
Success at last, and now he's got into the light fitting, he sprays it with a matte black finish and starts rewiring it.
The original wiring, it was really ropey looking stuff, I have to say, so it had to be taken out.
The light fitting is rewired with fresh cabling.
The lighting's going to be at the heart of this item, and it's going to be obscured and hidden, so you won't see the source of the light at all. You'll see the effect of the light, and the effect of the light will be in the compass itself.
It's quite exciting. The frame is absolutely sound.
At the workshop, the glue's dried on the mahogany base, ready for the next step to turn it into a wine display cabinet.
What we have here is the plinth to which the case sits above. And if we look at the joints on these, the wood's been routed out there in the groove, and then these biscuits have been made, and they slot between the two grooves. It's a very good old-fashioned method of doing corner joints. So it's important at this stage, because these pieces have been, they're not mass-produced, they are one-offs, and they were made to bespoke to order, that each of these pieces will sit perfectly into each other. We've just got to make sure we get the correct joints lined up with each end. Perfect. Moving on to the next stage, it's then a case of building the frame. We've got one of these missing. The section here will not be seen because we're going to put a back on this. So that means I can take this section away from the back here and then cut this and recreate this section to go that end. So it means I can copy this piece, and that gives me the sides and front will look absolutely original, which is exactly what we need. Sometimes you have to adapt to complete a project, and in this case, I don't mind doing that. We're just making the best of what we have.
For the frame to fit back together securely, Gary has to create an exact copy of the existing joint.
So I'm literally going to mark off where the other joint is and replicate that. This is how they would have done it in the old days. So, and then the other side is a slightly different joint. I'll cut that there. So I've got 4 cuts to do, and we can do that all by hand. You build a knowledge of the way things are put together over years and years of actually reconstructing items just like this. And I find this part of the job really satisfying because you literally are saving something by rebuilding it. Perfect. There's 3 other stages to this joint, so I just need to look at that now and compare to the other one. It's a nice way to appreciate the workmanship that's gone into this, and the experience you gain from these past craftsmen and the way they've worked can actually inspire you and give you ideas of how to do stuff yourself. Lots of these processes have been lost with mechanisation and mass industry. There you go. Happy with that. So now I have one for each side, and this allows me to proceed with the next stage. And just offer this section up to make sure it fits okay. It's looking really good. Yeah, it's a nice tight joint, and it's really coming together.
Now the frame has come together, Gary's got his hands on a mammoth wine rack to go inside it.
It needs to be 6 foot by 3 foot. This is 8 feet, so we've definitely got the length, so that's the height. Exactly 3 foot. Perfect. Just need to chop this down and that's going to fit. Right, it's going to be tight, but it's going to fit, I hope. That is absolutely spot on. And seeing that rack en masse inside the cabinet is giving a clear indication of how awesome this piece is going to look. Yeah, it's really shaping up.
With one project nearing completion, Gary steers his creative urges back to the compass table. He wants to fit a heavy glass top to it, which will need a sturdy base to keep it balanced.
Just discovered in my archive of timber a fabulous piece of teak, and it's going to be perfect for the base for our compass. The considerations I need to think of are if someone was leaning on it, what would counteract that balancing over? So if this is bolted to this very heavy, dense piece of teak, then I have to visually calculate how that will, what will it take to tip that over. So by my calculation, if this was 600 deep and 800 in length, that should work perfectly.
The wood cut to size, Gary uses his trusty router to round the edges.
Just be a finishing touch, so hopefully the whole lot will look as though they've always been together. Yep, lovely. Over the years, I've done an awful lot of tables in various different ways, but I have to say, I'm getting pretty excited about this. Marrying these items together, it's just going to look awesome.
The compass is almost ready to be assembled into its new base, but first Eric needs to cut into the wood to accommodate the new wiring.
The compass will face forward. I want the cable to run away out of the back of the fitting. So there's a nice smooth groove there. Cable will run inside there. I think while I'm here, I'll just smooth this all off and probably look at doing a bit of waxing on this. So, I'm going to leave that now to see how much gets soaked in. And take this inside because I want to start the process of getting this all fitted together. It's going back together nicely.
With the compass reassembled, he can attach the base.
So what I've got to do is get this fitted to the first bolt, but the trick is not quite as easy as it all seems because I've got to feed the cable through the hole before I can offer this up to the base. That. There we go. How about that? Now that's a good-looking thing. That is lovely. Really pleased with that.
There's now just one crucial test to carry out before a top can be added.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this all lit up. This is what's going to bring it to life. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing it work. This is the moment of truth. Never seen it lit. This is an absolute first. That's amazing. And it's really beautiful. So I can imagine navigating at night time. You're in darkness on the high seas. This soft glow of light. And the look on the compass is just beautiful. I can't wait to show Gary this because it's just, it's so intense. It's not what I expected at all.
But before Gary gets to see the compass light in all its glory, there's a final piece to add.
What remains is for the top to go on it, and I'm going to use one of these panels. Now, they are really thick, really heavy, and nice and dense, and the plan is that they will sit on some rubber grommets onto the blocks either side of the compass itself. And now that we've made a base that actually will balance the whole thing out, this is going to work perfectly.
Fittingly, this glass panel was salvaged from an ocean liner. It has a heating element attached, designed to stop it misting up.
These are normally siliconed on. We've just got to try and splice it off using this scraper. There you go. That's come off quite easily. The dirt's going to come off really easily and reveal a very nice clean surface.
To help the edge of the glass blend in, it's sprayed silver and then fitted onto its new base.
Oh, God, I tell you what.
Check that out.
How about that?
Now that looks the business.
Absolutely stunning.
And proof in the pudding, that is absolutely stable.
And bang, it's
I love it. It's actually surpassed my expectations. There's only one thing missing.
Drink. Yes. Are you opening the bar?
From an old ship's compass that had lost its way, bought for £150, to a showpiece table that he's hoping will fetch £1,600.
I had to be honest, I think it's a piece of genius, Gary. Beauty. I mean, it's a thing of beauty.
I love it. It's just got to go in my house. Never in a million years did I expect it to look so good. It's one of my favourite things to date.
Outside the workshop, Gary's continuing the transformation of the dilapidated display case. Next step is to cut a backing board that will rest against the wall.
So I'm using a recycled composite board. It's got strength, but it's relatively lightweight, and for the purposes of this exercise, it's the perfect board. We're going to paint the back, and then the other side will be covered with mirror plate. So we want to keep the weight down as much as possible because there's enough weight in there already.
With the board precisely cut, Gary needs to add the mirror that will bounce back the bottle's reflections to give the illusion of depth.
Trying to work with a great big sheet of mirror plate for this project would be quite difficult, so it's much more practical to use two halves. A little bit of movement there just to allow us to get the right gap on either side. Well, we've now got the mirror plate onto the backing board. Now the tricky part of this exercise is to get the mirror on the board over to the piece and then upright. And not until that's in place will I be sort of at ease with the mirror situation. So what I propose to do is slide it across onto the edge here with my trusty assistant.
Yeah, it's all right. Okay.
Now, if I hold it there. Well, the mirror's in place, and so far, so good. Next stage, we've got to get the rack in. Well, she's taking shape now.
Where are you going with this?
Bit of weight there. And there's no wine in it yet. It's shaping up to be quite an outstanding piece, I think. It's going to look amazing. Now I need to get some polish on this piece. I want to bring out this beautiful mahogany timber. This wax has got quite a rich stain in it, and I want to use that to draw out the wonderful tones of the mahogany. By using wire wool, I'm forcing the wax into the grain, and where we've got tones and slight traces of the old ebonised finish in there as well, using the wax, you're actually drawing that all together, and it's actually going to look very, very natural. That's literally without anything other than the wax and a bit of elbow grease. And already I can see how well the rich colours of the timber are reacting with the rack itself. It's almost like a black and tan combination, which is really quite trendy at the moment. When you consider it was a bundle of painted pieces in the back of a container, it's quite a transformation, and I'm really pleased with it. I think it's going to look amazing.
The cabinet is assembled and polished, and Eric's added one final flourish.
How about that?
Yeah, brilliant.
It's
No,
really,
that's,
it just does something.
It's that final thing, isn't it?
It's almost
just,
unexpected because you get this soft wash at the front, then you kind of lose the light, and then it reappears in a rim in the mirror at the back.
Yeah, you can see how it filters through the rack.
Yeah.
So full up, that's going to look absolutely amazing.
It's a triumph for Gary. He saved a grand piece of furniture, forgotten in pieces and destined to rot, and transformed it into a display piece that can once again be enjoyed, used and admired. Now up for sale for £2,000.
It's one of those transformations I'm really, really, really quite proud of. Well, I think we ought to celebrate.
Never one to resist a good celebration.
I'm going to give you half a glass because you've got lots to do today. So,
Congratulations on spotting
cheers.
this. Well done.
It's been a hugely satisfying week for Gary. His trip to the marine salvage yard launched two of his most successful transformations, and he's hoping to round it off with a sale. His friend and local landlord Fluxy and two Fluxy juniors are visiting, looking for potential new fixtures for his pub.
Gary, hi.
Gary.
Nice to see you again, mate.
How are you, mate? You brought the whole team?
Yeah, got the boys' side, mate.
How you been, anyway?
Yeah,
You
really
all right?
good. Not too bad. Yeah. Been really busy at the pub. Yeah, just need some more bits now, mate.
Right, well, let's go and have a look.
Excellent. Go on in, boys.
Who's carrying the money?
Not me. Wow, Gary. Look at all this. Yeah, me. Excellent. Well, I'm certain to be able to find some stuff here. No, you can't play on that one yet, boys. Oh, this is wow.
Yeah, there's, I'm not quite sure what you're looking for, but you might want a few strategic pieces.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, this is all my sort of stuff, Gary. It's all the quirkiness, it's all the one-off stuff.
There's some great stuff over here,
Yeah,
chap.
I can see some of those.
And about this chap.
Yeah, wow. So what actually is it? What is
It's
it?
a ship's compass.
It is a compass. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, wow.
We've actually illuminated it on the inside there. But it's just a great feature.
A big wow factor. Big wow factor.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
and a
yeah.
real talking point. The thing about this is, it's not what it really cost originally, it's the amount of work that went into it.
Understand.
The best I could do on this would be 1,600.
I can see the work that's gone into this. More to the point, its uniqueness for me and how it will fit in to my pub. And yeah, no, happy.
Great.
Okay.
Great stuff.
In relation to what I'm thinking about and what I want and what I think is right for my pub, he certainly hit the nail on the head. You know, it's exactly the sort of bits I'm after. I can only imagine the amount of hours and work that Gary's put into converting that. And I know it was scrap originally to a degree, and he's got it up to a working compass under this glass table. And as well as being an object of fascination and uniqueness for people to come and see, it's also a functional table as well. It has to be in the pub, people will sit round it, it's going to be a talking point. And yeah, and it's something great, and it's something you certainly won't see anywhere else.
Another drink. with you over this table, it's made my day. I'm really glad you're pleased with the kit. It looks great, and it's gone to a great home.
Really happy. Let's do what we do best then, shall we?
Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, long time no see.
Next time on Restoration Workshop. The reinvention of a topless table leads to some unconventional moves.
We're doing the zinc dance.
So we're going to cover it in flying jackets.
Gary's passion for recycling takes on new heights.
Pockets actually work.
Whatever you want to put in there.
And at a motoring auction, he's got the pedal to the metal.
It's 200.
Tucked away in a leafy corner of Oxfordshire, there's a workshop where unloved and forgotten objects are given a new lease of life.
Now, that looks brilliant. This is polished up beautifully.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Gary Wallace is a restoration and salvage dealer with a difference.
What would you want for the whole thing?
In his hunt for the unexpected,
Haven't got those in a 10, have you?
No.
he travels far and wide to buy abandoned objects with hidden potential.
Wow, what's this thing? That's amazing. 2.5, and you got a deal.
All right, no problem.
Then reinvents and transforms them into one-of-a-kind marvels. Helping him are his band of skilled designers and craftspeople who paint, cut, chisel and stitch to create masterpieces that are sought after by collectors the world over.
I've got to get $12.50 for it.
Thank you very much, Gary.
All right.
Yes, yes.
We turn the impossible into the doable, basically.
We're the ultimate recyclers.
Welcome to the Restoration Workshop. At the workshop, Gary and right-hand man Eric
What is it about you and large, awkward pieces?
are preparing an 18th century scullery table for transformation. After all, a table without a top is barely a table at all. Gary has asked old friend and artisan metalworker Philip to come up with an eye-catching solution.
Oh, Gary. Yeah, long time no see.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, good. Where's this table, Gary?
Well,
Wow, look at
I've
that.
got this wonderful old Victorian server table, and I think giving that a zinc acid etch top would just bring it to life.
It would make it.
Let's take some measurements and then...
sure. Incredible, isn't it, eh? Look at the wear on those runners there. God, it's incredible.
Yeah, they need a little bit of attention.
Yeah.
But what a wonderful piece. I'm going to bring this base to life, and I think the combination with the acid etch top and that's going to make it the business.
It'll be singing by the time we're finished.
Singing.
Leaving Philip to get started on the zinc tabletop, Gary is heading to the pub. Sadly, for business, not pleasure.
Right, well, I'm just off to go and see a great friend of mine, Gary Fluxy. He's the landlord of a great little pub in UL, lovely little historic town just outside Henley. And he's had the exterior refinished and now wants me to look at it and see what I can do to help the inside. It's a busy little pub, so he really wants it to look its best.
Let's go have a look. Yeah, after you, sir.
Fluxy has known Gary for years and wants to make use of his eye for interiors.
There's lots of history around here, the local area. There's lots of inputs I've got in relation to my customer base, for example. We've got two villages that are quite close to each other.
Sure.
Benson and Ulm itself. So I want to try to interact with all that and bring something back into the pub to make it a community pub in relation to using those injects of what the community is around here.
OK, well, let's see if we can embrace that and let's see what we can do with the place.
Excellent.
Should we have a look around?
Yeah, let's have a little walk around.
Gary's job today is to help Fluxy redesign the drinking hole's tired interior and add to the cornucopia of man cave oddities that gives the pub its style.
This is a heavily used but underdeveloped room, if that's what makes sense. It's not, you know, it gets used for functions. We have weddings, parties in here, but I've thrown stuff together in here, and there's no sort of theme and nothing flows, so it's just trying to get some, your input to make it work, really, mate.
No, I can see you've got some amazing bits and pieces. Love this. This is cool.
Yeah, this is a tail rotor from an American Wessex helicopter.
Well, it's got great design and great presence. And some of these other bits and pieces, that's cool. I like the prop dock. We should keep that, I think.
Yes, yeah.
There's plenty to work with. Bring a few more elements in, which I've got some ideas already. And there's a lot we can do in here and do it on a sensible budget.
Excellent.
Back at the workshop, Gary's first idea revolves around a passion of his.
I'm just going to let you into a little secret stash I have. This is a taste of the collection I've amassed over the years.
Gary collects militaria, and one of his wartime collections has given him a novel idea for a piece of furniture that should fit in perfectly with the pub's quirky style.
I bought my first flying jacket in the King's Road in Chelsea when I was about 16. That's here. I've since found out it's actually a genuine Second World War aircrew jacket. So some people might look completely knackered, but actually that's a piece of history there. I mean, I did wear this for a while, but I can't get in it anymore.
As much as he loves the jackets, some have seen better days. Never one to throw things away unnecessarily, Gary's come up with an unusual plan for them.
I've got a jacket here. Again, it's a Second World War jacket. And I was thinking, I've always thought, what can I do with these, this sort of stuff that comes up? And I've always toyed with the idea of covering a chair, a wing chair, that would work really well. And it's a way of utilising something that's otherwise going to be discarded. And it's an idea I've had for ages, and I just would like to put it in practice.
Gary's bold idea is not just to use the leather from the jackets and the chair, but also the zips, collars, pockets and trim to make a truly unique piece.
So this one I might actually consider using for the project I've got in mind, just because it's got all the elements. And then there are various designs. That's a sort of side zip version. That's that lovely old Second World War one. And then, that's a whole different collection.
With the chair and the jacket selected, Gary sets off to see an old friend with a set of skills he needs.
Well, this isn't a straightforward upholstery project. It's something a little bit out of the box, and there's only one person I know that's even got the imagination that this job requires, and that would be Rebecca. She's a big character, and she is fabulous at what she does, and I just couldn't trust this with anyone else other than her. Hello.
Hiya. You all right with that?
Not really.
Got it?
Cheers. Oh. How you doing?
How are you?
Very well, very well.
What you got here?
I want to turn this boring old wing chair, wing chair being the angle here, so we're going to cover it in flying jackets.
Oh.
And I want you, with your expertise and imagination, to try and utilise the jackets in a way, so maybe the front seam there with the fur on the collar there, the arms can be there with the fur coming around there, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you think that's feasible?
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then you still have the front edge showing.
Yeah. Think of a stereotypical flying jacket. I want to look at the chair and think that just speaks what it is, you know? But pretty much, you got license. You know what I'm looking for, but you've got license to kind of play with it, basically.
Do whatever I want with it.
So definitely doable.
Yes, absolutely doable.
All right, well, I'll leave it in your very capable hands then.
OK, see you soon.
See you, Daddy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
In Henley, antiques guru Gary Wallace has given upholsterer Rabia the task of using worn-out World War II flying jackets to cover an old wing-back chair.
Interesting project, and something I really have to think about, because I have a chair and I've got 4 jackets.
Not everyone would dare take on an idea like this, but as Gary's go-to upholsterer, Rabia is used to turning his quirky visions into reality. And with 18 years' experience, a BA in furniture restoration, and a string of imaginative projects behind her, she should be up to the task.
It's a challenge, and we actually like challenges. So anything what's different, we appreciate. So we just go head on and do it, basically.
The first step is to work out how the 4 jackets can be taken to pieces and arranged to cover the chair.
I'm just taking this jacket apart, and I'm trying to take the trimming off, because we can definitely reuse that and use that as features to hide a seam or to decorate bits of the arm.
The first jacket Rabia unpicks has the least damage, which makes it ideal for an important section of the chair.
Extracted the front, which is quite nice, fits me very nicely, and which I think should be the main focal point on the chair. And I can, for the moment, pin this roughly in position. Have this as my main piece, where I can then design the rest around it, because I think this is the nicest and most interesting piece of all the jackets.
The front may be in place, but fitting the rest of the jackets over the awkwardly shaped chair is a bigger challenge. Philip and his assistant Tom are making great strides with the brand new Zinc tabletop for Gary. They've already glued 3 sheets of zinc to a slab of plywood.
We're doing the zinc dance.
Nothing better than your own body weight. Not that there's much to me.
Then weighed them down with over a ton of weights to make sure there are no blemishes, leaving the top to dry overnight.
Ready for another day, exciting day. Well, we fit into the more antique system where handmade and individual bespoke items rather than actually sort of factory produced. There we go, under the table. These weights, they could be quite old, these weights. They've come from an old platform scale, and I should think every farm would have had a platform scale once upon a time to measure, say, a bushel of wheat or a bag of wheat, and hence to sell on.
With the weights heaved off and the zinc stuck fast, a rim is attached to the underside to bend the zinc around. Philip has already curved the original edge of the table, and they cut and sand the new rim to match.
The next process now is to actually glue the sides here and flip it over, and then start bending the sides to wrap around the table edge. Oh, it's getting heavier. By God, it is. Nice, crisp edge, all by hand, yeah?
They press and hammer the zinc to create a perfect edge.
The thicker the edge is, of course, it's more metal to bend round. So when Gary sees how easy it is, he might do this himself in future. Over she goes.
Okay, so now we're going to staple this edge down so it can't move.
Yeah.
The zinc is then bent carefully around the rim of the table, before Philip moves on to the tricky curved edges Gary asked for. They may look good, but they don't make life easy.
That's better, that's better. Yeah. All right, the top's now finished with the turning process, and we're ready to go on to the next, which is soldering all the joints.
They use lead-free solder to fill in and make good any discrepancies left in the corners, before sanding them back to create a nice smooth finish. The top layer of zinc is then sanded off, ready for the chemicals that will give it its acid-etched look that Gary envisaged.
Well, that's pretty good, Tom, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks good to me.
Near enough. Now we're going to the painting department now. Yep, super. Looks pretty good. Those corners turned out pretty good.
So now we put a zinc undercoat paint on there. And now this is just a top coat.
Tom is a true apprentice in the world of zinc. He approached Philip 4 years ago to see if he could learn the ropes, and now the two of them work together like a well-oiled machine.
So in this bottle we have an abrasive fluid that will etch itself into the top slightly and give you the finish we're after.
It's a slightly oily base fluid. We'll put water on here, so when it hits it, it goes into a globule and then leaves a globule mark on the top. A bit of texture to the actual top. We'll just have a look at this in a minute, Tom. It might be okay like this, you know.
I reckon it will, you know.
Yeah? We might leave it like this, actually. And
I don't think it needs to be sanded again.
No. It's a nice bit of dark corner there, Tom.
Yeah. I think this corner... That looks fine, yeah. It actually looks really good.
Yeah. Every actual top is different. People say, oh, yeah, can I have it like this one? So, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
It's very hit and miss, yeah. Happy with that, Tom?
I'm very happy with that.
I just hope your name's Gary, then.
Back inside, the joins from the zinc are covered with the final aesthetic touches.
One slip of the hammer, then we're really in trouble. The third one from the outside just wants tapping down to touch, yeah. That's it. Next, final job is doing the waxing. We just use a brown wax.
A small amount of white spirit in the wax to just loosen it up a bit and make it easier to spread. And then wax on, wax off. Wipe it on with the brush, wipe it off with a cloth.
It's to induce a little more depth to it. Gives it a bit of a dirtiness to the actual finished product. You don't want things looking too pristine in the antique world because the eye just doesn't accept it. Turned out really well, actually. The corners, visually, they're actually very pleasing to the eye.
Gary's back on the road. He's struck on what he hopes will be a perfect place to buy standout man cave items to give the Shepherd's Hut pub the lift it needs. As well as being home to the British Grand Prix,
well, that's something else.
Silverstone also holds an annual auction of all things automotive.
Always keep my eye open. Anything to do with motors, motorbikes, anything road-related, always is a good seller. And although this is possibly not the best place to buy, sometimes you can be lucky, and generally it keeps you abreast of what's going on in the market and prices being achieved.
The auction at Silverstone concentrates mainly on the sale of cars, but there is a floor dedicated to the type of automobilia perfect for Fluxy's pub.
Well, a nice old original showroom poster featuring some of my favourite Jaguars. Nice that, though.
Gary has found some good vintage items, but he's looking for a showpiece to make a real statement in the pub.
This is nice, double-sided BP lamp. Printed on both sides. It would have hung outside a garage. I haven't seen one of these for a long time in this sort of condition, so it's a really nice piece. It would sit in a bar, because you've got a play on words as well, buy from the pump. Great for a bar. It's a reasonable guide, £200 to £300. You know, a little bit of TLC, and it can actually make quite a decent profit on that. Love it. Might have a go at that.
As the auction gets underway, the BP sign is due to be one of the first items under the hammer.
Sometimes the early lots are, you know, not so many people turn up for that. And lots of people are only here for the cars. So sometimes you get a nice little one, you can slip through the net, and hopefully it's the one I'm on. It's been guided at 200 to 300. I'll probably pay up to about 300. And obviously there'll be a little bit of restoration cost, and we need to make a profit, of course. So hopefully my luck's in today.
422, that's very generous, sir. 130, there is the vintage British petroleum sign, extra glass and wooden frame. You like this? Where we said start with £200, 150, £100 away, 120, right-handed, 160 here, 160 bid there, 160, 160, 160 here, 160 pound bid and sold front row, 180, 180, 200. 180, you're upside down. 180 pound bid and sold at 180. 4994.
Well, had a great result. Came in at under the estimate. Far better result than anticipated. It's within budget, and looking at it as well, it does look as though it's pretty sound. And if it's all working and up and going, we've had a real result.
At her workshop, Rabia is making good progress stripping the chair, ready for its leather jacket covering.
Where we can, we just get hold of the fabric and try and pull it off. It's a reproduction chair, so it's not an antique, but that shouldn't be a problem, other than we have to make sure when we cover it that we have another layer of fire-retardant fabric before we apply the other one. It's always the interesting thing to take the bottom off to see what's falling out of a chair. The strangest thing I ever found is a French condom from 1940s.
The jackets Gary's given Rabia may have fitted the airman they were designed for like a glove, but they were never meant to be made into a chair, which leaves her with a problem to overcome.
Well, I was looking for a fabric, basically, which I could use as a base cloth. Something underneath. Dark brown has a little bit of character. It's not taking it away from the jacket. It gives it a little bit of a contrast, so you know you can actually establish what is fabric and what is jacket.
Rabia carefully measures, marks and cuts the fabric ready for the chair. Before covering the areas that won't be hidden by the leather.
Normally, I would go and apply something like Dacron to make it nice and soft and to make it even. But as the jackets all have lovely woolen liner, there's no need for this.
The majority of the jackets Rabia's using are B3 bomber jackets. The cosy sheepskin inner that's so good for the chair was originally for aircraft bomber crew in the Second World War. They needed to stay warm at high altitudes of up to 25,000 feet, where temperatures could be as low as -30 degrees Celsius. With the material in place, Rabia starts creating panels to cover the sides of the chair.
Taken a few things apart and putting them where they're not supposed to be, but I think from the look, it just emphasises the look he wants it. You always have to put your fingers away so you don't staple them.
The brief was to reuse as many of the jacket's original features as possible.
So I harvested a lot of the bandings which came from the red jacket. This one is actually quite nice because it has a natural curve in it to go over this to hide the seam. Okay. Because this isn't long enough, I have to join it with another piece. And one hidden joint. Nobody knew that there's one. I love studying. I think it's very therapeutic.
With the front and sides reupholstered with the leather and cloth, all that's left is for Rabia to cover the back.
I have a lovely back piece, back panel left, which I think would be quite nice to use. So, to get the symmetry right, we're lining up the middle banding, the banding of the top, doing a little bit of old school, and get tacks in. All right, so establish the middle. If you wonder where all these tacks are coming from, they are underneath my tongue. The reason for that is, if you see, I have a lot of tacks here, and my hammer is magnetic. So if I want to pick one up, that's a little bit of a pain. By keeping them in my mouth, I sort them out with my tongue, get them out to the front, and I have one tack and one tack only. Make sure your fingers are not where your hammer wants to go. As the nature of the back is, we have 2 cutouts here. So I thought, as a nice touch, place it behind and filling the gap with this staples. Make life easier. Chop off the edge just along the frame. Right here. Nice thing on using the inside of the jacket here is because it's so nice and fluffy that you can't really see the tacks I'm putting in. So it looks a little bit as if it's the leather is floating there. Same here, finishing off my zip. Can actually hide it underneath the flap of the jacket. Having a project like this means a lot of improvising. And I think that's quite nice because it shows the creativity of somebody. Et voila! Cushion is also finished now. Nice touch, having a lovely zip of one of the jackets. And putting it in. Squeezing it down. And there we are. 1 chair, 4 jackets.
Hello.
Oh, hiya.
How you doing?
I'm fine, how are you?
Good, thanks.
How was your weekend?
Very good.
Yeah.
Did you manage to get anything done yourself? Ah.
Been working hard.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
Well,
Would you like
I
to
can't wait to see it. So.
Yeah. All right. And ta-da!
Whoa, fantastic. Well,
Recognise your chair?
well, kind of.
Kind of.
It is awesome.
Everything you wanted?
And some.
And some. You've got your pockets on the sides.
So we've actually got the functioning zips.
Yep. Yep.
And the
working.
pockets actually work.
Yep. Remote control, whatever you want to put in there.
That's the remote, your glasses.
Yep. Yeah, we even used the old zip
Oh, cool.
to make it all authentic as possible.
I don't want to sell it now.
I know. I don't want to give it to you, basically. To keep it.
Wow. No, over the moon.
Good.
Well, I can't wait to get it back and show the team. So can you give me a hand taking it out?
No, it should stay here.
Okay.
Okay. If I have to. Got it?
Yeah.
From a pile of worn-out jackets and a tired reproduction chair to a unique talking point Gary hopes to sell for £950. Another item Gary's keen to show to Fluxy is the 18th century table. With a shiny new zinc top on its way, Gary wants the base to do it justice.
Quite often with a table of this age, the workmanship is normally very, very good, but you do have to do the odd repair and very often re-glue the joints. This one doesn't appear to have had any adhesive in there at all. So very often they would rely on the accuracy of the actual joint. Now that should last another couple of 100 years.
With the joint repaired, a layer of coloured wax blends the different sections together.
I'm really happy with the way we've managed to get all the tones together, and it's looking really, really cool now.
One finished base, and to crown it, the brand new zinc top.
When Philip and I discussed the top, I did stress I wanted enough character and interest to complement the base, and he's got it absolutely spot on, and I couldn't have asked for a better job. Now, that looks awesome. And when you embark on a project like this, you've obviously got the cost of the original piece. There's time and effort in terms of the transformation and restoration. Eric, better check this out. We'd be looking at £1,500–1,600 for this finished item, and I think it's great value.
Doesn't that look knockout?
It's quite a transformation, isn't it?
Wow, it's beautiful. You know, the way he's done these rounded corners, that's really complemented the frame. What a product.
Yeah, that's, I'm really pleased with that.
Big tick in the box.
Really, really, really pleased.
From a forgotten topless carcass to a shining example of how to blend the old-fashioned with the contemporary. At Gary's workshop, electrical expert Eric has got his hands on the vintage light that Gary bought at auction.
So I can see that the casing has actually completely broken away, exposing the bare wires inside, so this has all got to come out. So that goes in our recycling bin. It can't be used again as electrical cable, but it can be used again as a metal resource, so that's what's going to happen to this. So out come the tubes. Oh, this is scary stuff. Right, here we go. Oh, yes, there we go. I don't suppose anybody's been in here for a long time. No, they haven't. Oh, my God. Wow, OK. Very old electrics. This is a bit of British electrical history here we're looking at. We're certainly going to be renewing this and this. I'm definitely going to replace the incoming power supply.
Eric puts all the parts back together and wires the lamp up temporarily.
I'm going to take it inside and plug it in, see if it works. I mean, we're looking at 60 years of electrical history sitting here with all those aging components. I've absolutely no idea if it's going to work, so we'll plug it in. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Wow. I am so pleased with this. That really tells you something about the quality of British engineering, and it's working as well now as it did when it was first installed, which is just incredible.
With the old lights shining brightly again, Eric moves on to the tired exterior.
So what I've noticed is that the end pieces of this fluorescent fitting are actually cast aluminium. They look like it. I think they've been oversprayed and then all the paint has long ago just pinged off. I think there's an opportunity to have a look at this on the buffing machine and see if we can give this a nice polished aluminium look. OK, so I've got the old buffing shirt on.
Everyone should have one.
And let's just have a look and see quite what this wants to do, just as a sample. Let's have a little look at this. OK, well, look at that. You can see with a little bit of effort, we can buff off the whole of each of the end casings. So I'll take the others off and we'll do them all in one go.
Eric buffs both ends of the panel and then gives a new shine to the hooks the lights hang from.
Yep. Just what I hoped. See how this original paint, that's all that's left. I could have put some paint stripper on it, taken it off and polished it all back, but this to me is a little bit of its life, and everything else is polished up, but I like the original paint on there. And I cut myself a length of fine wire wool. And just give this, just takes that surface rust off. the edges a little bit of a sheen. So I'm just going to try a little bit of wax. Oh, that's lovely. Just brought a bit of warmth out of the original rusting on the surface. That's a good look, and it creates a really powerful look.
Back at his workstation, all that's left for Eric to do is add a layer of wax to the shade.
I'm very, very pleased with this. I think it looks great. I'm going to reassemble this now, and that's just going to be so exciting to turn it all on when that's back together.
With the light back to its former glory, all that's left is to get the seal of approval from the boss.
Ah, now that looks brilliant.
I think it's looks astonishing.
Yeah.
Stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, love it. Come up really well. It does look great lit up. And
what I love is the tone of that aluminium and the way that the metal is exposed on the sign itself through the paintwork.
As it is perfect.
Yeah.
And it actually, I can see that in some little bar. And as much as I hate to see it go, if it did go to Flux's bar, then I might still get to appreciate it.
Oh, well, perhaps I might get to appreciate it too, then.
Well, you do.
You're buying.
Love it. It's come up really, really well.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're pleased. That's great, Gary.
Great stuff.
The items for the pub are finished and ready to show Fluxy. But before Gary takes them over, he's had some exciting news about the Zinc table.
As with everything in this business, you need to have the wheels of commerce ticking along nicely, and this wonderful item is going to a new home, so a really nice and unexpected day. I have to say, I'm sorry to see it go, because it's I really do quite like this piece.
Having paid a total of £400 for the table and top, Gary's sold this vision in zinc for £950 to a friend in the trade.
How do you want to do this?
Along with a few other select items from Gary's Aladdin's Cave.
A little bit of industrial because the top, but it's also farmhouse because of the bottom. It works as either a kitchen island, dining table, work table.
Cheers, Gary. Thanks again, mate.
Thanks again.
Can't get any more in there, so I'll let you go.
With the table out the door, Gary wants to keep the sales run going. And so, with the van loaded with the chair, BP sign and a couple of other man cave items, he sets off to see if he's hit the nail with Fluxy.
Gary!
How you doing?
Very well, mate. How are you? You all right? Yeah, good, mate. Good. What we got here, then?
Well, I've got one or two bits we discussed.
Yep.
And another couple of bits that I think we need to see in situ.
OK, cool. Excellent. A little Aladdin's Cave. Oh, wow. What we got here, then, Gary?
I actually created this chair, and I thought it might work really well in your place.
It's a good piece of kit, I must admit. It does, you know, it's certainly unique, but I'll have a sit in it. So I'll see what the punters will experience. Oh, looks cosy, that's for definite. I mean, it's more of a size-wise, Gary. I just don't think it's going to fit in the pub.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, if it's not right, it's not right. But I just thought... I knew you'd appreciate it, so... Well, I'm disappointed Gary didn't take the chair, but it was worth bringing it over. I knew he'd appreciate it, and it just didn't work for him, so that's not a problem. Someone else will buy it.
The chair may be a no, but the key to Gary's business is knowing his customers. And he's still got a couple of pieces he thinks Fluxy might love.
I actually really like this bit. I've got a perfect place for it as well, I think, just on that wall over there.
OK.
OK, so what's the bit of history behind that one, then?
Well, it's I think it's a 50s, 60s Jag.
OK.
But what I love about it is its form. It's got it's kind of three-dimensional.
Yes.
And it's got another added bonus that we've managed to find a scaled version of the Jaguar and applied that, and it just finishes it off.
A lot of my locals in the pub, they will love that, I must admit. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's try it in situ, and then see if we can't, because you realise it illuminates as well.
Right, OK. Wow, OK, good.
How about that?
Yeah, like it. That looks perfect on that wall. Very happy with that, Gary. Unique, wow factor, everything I'm wanting. That's just spot on. Really happy with that. It's exactly what I wanted, you know. It's quirky enough, it's individual, and, yeah, hopefully my punters love it. Talking money, what's your bottom line on it?
350.
250.
275.
265. 270.
270, go on. Yeah, all right.
OK, good stuff.
One sale in the bag, and with the car theme working well, Gary has another beautiful piece he wants to try and tempt Fluxy with.
I think it will work. It would make your bar look twice the size.
A mirror made from the grille of a rare and exclusive vintage French car.
No, I like it. I like it. Whether it's size-wise, it's right there. I'm not 100% sure. What sort of ballpark on this one?
But it's 1,200 quid.
Is it now? I mean, it is an amazing piece of work that you've done. I think I'm probably going to leave it for now, Gary, to be honest.
I understand. We'll leave it on the back burner, but we'll leave it there for now.
OK,
Yeah.
cool. Let's move on.
The mirror might be a no, but Gary's been saving the best till last. The BP sign he bought from Silverstone for £180.
Well, then, tell us a bit about this then, Gary.
Well, this item here I actually bought from a sale. It's one of my favourite things. When I bought it, I kind of visualised it here, believe it.
Yeah,
so,
agreed. Buy from the pump.
BP, buy from the pump.
Yeah.
And the arrow points to the bar.
Yes, yeah.
And the fact that it's double-sided,
Brilliant.
this spot would be perfect.
Yeah, no, agreed, totally.
If you get that side of it, we could hold it up there, see what you think.
Really good. Yeah, that'll work, definitely, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, all good. Good. Like it.
Ticket price is £5.95.
Is it now, really? Is it? OK.
But I don't mind taking a working man's profit on it.
OK.
And there's no negotiation on this.
There's no negotiation on this.
It is £450.
It's £450, is it now? So 400's then the final price.
No, £450.
400's good.
450.
Good. I've got children to feed, Gary.
All right then.
Excellent. Great
Always
answer.
works
Sold.
for children.
Good stuff, love it.
I'll get this one up for you today.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, it's just, I'm really lucky to have found Gary and his teams where I can go somewhere and you can put all these bits together and, we get the end result, which is this.
For me, seeing the items in situ is obviously quite satisfying because it's one thing having the vision, sourcing the items, doing the work, and then actually, the real pleasure is seeing the end game. All in all, good day's business.
Quite cosy when the winters are cold.
That's amazing. It really is.
And I can ship it for you, it's not a problem. Door to door.
Thank you very much, Gary.
How's that?
How you doing, mate?
Next time on Restoration Workshop...
You've got the manual, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Gary's motor skills are put to the test.
It would be easier if you and I didn't have fingers like chippedas, wouldn't it?
Eric stumbles upon a new concept.
It's been tree-cycled.
Tree-cycled, indeed.
And another of Gary's bright ideas comes to life.
But seeing the lights on, it's getting quite exciting now.
I can see it radiating in your face.
Tucked away in a leafy corner of Oxfordshire, there's a workshop where unloved and forgotten objects are given a new lease of life.
Now, that looks brilliant. This is polished up beautifully.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Gary Wallace is a restoration and salvage dealer with a difference.
What would you want for the whole thing?
In his hunt for the unexpected...
Haven't got those in a 10, have you?
No.
He travels far and wide to buy abandoned objects with hidden potential.
Wow, what's this thing? That's amazing. 2.5 and you got a deal.
All right, no problem.
Then reinvents and transforms them into one-of-a-kind marvels. Helping him are his band of skilled designers and craftspeople who paint, cut, chisel and stitch to create masterpieces that are sought after by collectors the world over.
I've got to get £12.50 for it.
Thank you very much, Gary.
All right.
Yes.
We turn the impossible into the doable, basically.
We're the ultimate recyclers.
Welcome to the Restoration Workshop.
Eric?
Yep.
Can you give me a hand?
Yeah, yep, be there.
got something you might be interested in.
At the workshop in Henley, Gary is keen to show off his latest find.
Oh, where have you been to find this?
The Palomar just moved in house and just couldn't leave it behind, so...
Oh, look at that. It's a tree.
It is indeed.
That's beautiful.
It's a wonderful old bit of driftwood that's probably been rolling around on the beach for years.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking it would make a really good garden seat.
We turn it over.
So we flip it over.
It's pretty heavy, isn't it? I mean, it's just so naturally bleached.
That side's flat.
Yeah.
I think if we raise it, find something that complements it, something organic and rustic, and we can turn it into a garden seat. I think I might just have the exact thing for this.
You got stuff hidden away somewhere?
I have indeed.
Something I don't know about.
But before he can get stuck into this project, Gary's got another unusual shopping trip he can't be late for.
A major part of my business is creating one-off items for display in a retail premises or in a bar. And, you know, sometimes you have to go a little bit out of the box to source the elements to create these things.
Kempton Park Auto Jumble in Surrey could be just the place to find that unique display item among the piles of motoring memorabilia.
God, some great old stuff, isn't there? I do as well.
Gary is no bike expert, so he's brought along old friend and motorbike enthusiast Johnny. He's here with some specialist knowledge to help Gary find the hidden gem he's after.
That is the most popular vehicle in the world. There are more of those made than any other vehicles.
Oh, check this out.
That's got to be proper money, isn't it?
Yeah, let's look at that. It's a Lambretta. It's an early one, but it's got great line. It's just to look at the design of it.
Gary is looking for a bargain, something he can work his magic on and make a profit. And it's not long before a flash of crimson catches his eye.
You can see why I like that, though, don't you?
No, but you'll tell me why.
I love the patina of it. Find a nice saddle for
What are you going to do with it?
That's a fantastic display item. I love it.
This classic Moto Guzzi bike dates back to the 1950s. Based in Italy and established in 1921, the company is the oldest European motorcycle manufacturer in continuous production. The brand gained notoriety in the UK as a favourite steed of the rockers in their battle against the mods.
The tank design is very distinctive to Moto Guzzi. So beaten up, original and untouched, that it's actually got more appeal to me than the ones that have been touched up. All this stuff would all polish up a tree, but I just love the patina of the tank. I would leave all this work the same, just give it a sheen. But then do I do that, or do I buy one that's got a bit more going on? Don't actually like those saddles.
No. But you're good at this. That's what you do, isn't it?
Let's see how much he wants for it.
All right.
What you got on the Moto Guzzi over there?
I'll take 6.5 for that one.
What would be the best on that one for me?
625. And I'll be honest with you, it owes me 6.
Really? Can't be 500 quid.
Can't be, it owes me 6. I could just...
Does it?
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Yeah, genuinely. And all that's missing really is a seat.
And who needs a seat anyway?
Yeah, I love that. Cheers. I bought that because I love it, and I might be able to place that quite soon, so that's a sort of a no-brainer for me. It's going to be a wall piece for a restaurant or a bar.
It's a successful purchase for Gary, and there's still plenty of time to explore what else is on offer.
It's a teardrop petrol tank from a BSA.
We need the badges, then.
Gary has a soft spot for motorbikes with a growing personal collection.
I just love it, mate. Oh, it's fabulous. It's the business. It's got to be ridden.
So it's unsurprising that he soon spots something he can't resist for himself.
I'm drawn to it. It's like a magnet. It's a 1949, 50s BSA saddle seat. It's iconic for its era. Wingman Johnny's checked it out. It's going to run. We don't have to do a lot to it. My God, I'm in love with it. It's absolutely amazing. And I'm going to buy it. What would you take on that?
Are you talking about folding in my hand today?
No, it could be. I'm just trying to work out.
It's £2.5 grand we get home, it's £2 a day. That's the simple answer, you know.
Would you do 1,800 quid?
No. No. It'll be 1,900 quid to the death today.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Yeah. Do well.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Is that a happy boy?
That's a happy boy.
I just couldn't not buy it. I was absolutely drawn to it. So the commercial side of me is thinking, that's madness, what are you doing? The other side of it is, I will do it up, I'll have some fun with it and I'll ride it. And if I don't sell it again, I'll actually rent it out. But I just adored it, just had to have it.
With 2 purchases in the bag, it's been a successful trip. With 1 bike being delivered and his new Moto Guzzi in tow, Gary heads back to the workshop.
I brought in one of my old guard, Ron, to come and help me strip down the motorbike. I want to get that well underway today. Right, Ron, I like the patina and everything else, but all this, anything that can be polished, we will polish. Basically, all the aluminium on the engine is to come off. We get the wheels off, so I can spray those. So, do you want to flip it over, Ron?
Yeah, of course.
If we spray it down with engine cleaner, we can get the worst of it off. Let me do this side for you. This is great stuff. It literally breaks down the grease and it should just hose off.
The fuel cylinder was a distinctive feature that initially attracted Gary to this bike, and now he's hoping to work his magic restoring it.
That's it. Keeping the original parts to the bike is part of the mission. The design of the fuel tank on these early bikes, they're either teardrop shaped or like this one is got its own distinctive indentation there, much like the cafe racers used to have.
The cafe racers were the bikes used by the rockers in the 1960s. In fact, the rockers weren't named after the music they listened to, but after the rockers in their 4-stroke engines, so different to the 2-stroke engines in the scooters ridden by the mods.
We've bought this purely as decoration. It's all a part of what makes this very special. I'm going to take this now and give it a wipe down, take the excess corrosion off and see what we're left with. Just by wire wooling this away, it's almost, you're taking a very thin layer of paint away, but at the same time, not detracting it too much. We don't want to hit this artwork too much. Just by wiping, you can see that somewhere near that kind of look is what we're going to achieve once it's finished with the lacquer. So I'm going to replenish some of the paint here and then seal it with a lacquer. You can already see that this is coming out quite nicely, and if the rest of the frame comes up nearly as nicely as this, then it's going to look pretty good when it's done. There are areas we can't quite get into, so we're going to spray down into them, then highlight the engine again on the outside, just for decoration. We're almost there, I think.
The grimy parts of the Moto Guzzi motorbike have been cleaned and resprayed, and it's now ready to be reassembled. Gary may be able to spot an amazing display piece, but assembling bikes isn't his forte. So once again, he calls in go-to bike expert Johnny.
Just the man. The cavalry. How you doing, man?
You're all right. Yeah.
You remember this?
I do remember this, yeah.
Just had a chat the other day.
I seem to remember that it was sort of one thing last time I saw it, though. It appears to not be.
Well, so I stripped it down, got most of the components off.
Do you remember how you took them off?
Well, that's the point. I just need someone that can give me a hand in putting it back together again. You've got the manual, haven't you?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I know exactly how it works. First things first, that is the front. Hold on. What about this bit? This is going across that side, though, isn't it?
No, undo that one again, look. That's it.
It would be easier if you and I didn't have fingers like bloody chipolatas, wouldn't it?
It'll all be worth it.
It'll all be worth it. It always is worth it in the end.
One of the things I love about this business is that you learn something every day. And right now, I'm actually learning how to put a Motor Guzzi motorbike back together because it's very, very different in many ways to any other bike that I've actually encountered.
Got there in the end.
Well, we've made some progress, which is good. Considering where we were a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
I think we've done all right.
Yeah.
So.
That's beautiful.
Whilst Johnny finishes off reassembling the bike, Gary has another project he needs to get started on. He came across this large piece of driftwood after helping a friend move house, and never wanting to throw anything away, he now wants to transform it into a garden bench.
Found two great legs that are going to work perfectly.
These legs were previously salvaged from an old Indonesian trunk.
Now, it's just how we utilise them. I might have to do some metal work, something creative, but roughly this is the plan. That's our piece of driftwood. So I'm going to fix, one of them has a section of timber along here, which is from its original construction. So I'm going to use that, 'cause it's got some nice carving on it. That's these here. So that's roughly how we're going to, they'll be the frontage of the actual bench. The colour's nice, it will sit, they're rustic enough, they sit quite well with the item. In my mind, I can already see it finished, but the actual structure has to be practical and has to be functional. The problem I see at the moment is that's the end of the driftwood. There's our leg coming down there. I need some way of balancing it there. Eric?
Yes, Gary.
Right, Operation Driftwood.
Right, OK.
So we have...
the tree.
Have our tree.
Yeah.
Going to use these.
Great.
However, they're going to work very well for the frontage, but I'm thinking about supporting it from the rear because it's quite a wide seat.
Difficult at timber.
Well, I'm thinking metalwork.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, I'll go and have a look at where we keep all the old pieces of metalwork, the scrap and things. There might be some useful bracketry there that we could adopt, modify, that would help. I'll go and have a look and see, you know, what we've got.
Having spent the last 30 years transforming unwanted salvage, Gary's built up an incredible collection of spare parts, which can come in handy at times like this. He's hoping Eric will find a perfect solution to support his wooden bench.
Aha!
Aha! Now then, I've got a few suggestions from the scrapyard. I suspect that this might not be big enough.
We could use that as the foot.
Yeah.
Bend this, get that fixed to there.
Yeah.
I think we've already got a brace. We're halfway there with that
So
one.
are you seeing this on here then?
Yeah,
So that's going to go something like that.
This end, I think we're halfway there.
Yeah. What about the other end?
Well, this end, I was much the same. We're going to have to alter this piece a little bit more because I want to use that natural crevice in there and slot that into that joint.
Fix that in there like that?
It looked like it was always there.
Having found legs and metal supports he's happy with, Gary starts work on preparing the driftwood log for the legs to be added to.
Almost. Because I'm working with a very awkward piece of timber, there's a little bit of judgment here rather than you normally want to mark things out very precisely. It's very difficult to do that. There she is.
With one leg in place, Gary gets to work on the other.
Gary wants to be able to retain the character of this shattered piece from the old piece of furniture that it came from. What we're going to do is clean off some of the broken timber at the back here to give him, as near as we can, a nice clean line to work to.
It's taking shape. I think it's going to look great. Let's cut a recess in there. Yeah, and then of course the bracket's going to do the major work. So
bracket will be huge, yeah.
Yeah, so that'd be fine.
Good. Okay.
So I'm just going to mark this off. so we know where we are.
I'll leave that with you.
Right, I think we're almost there. I'll give it a try. Yeah, happy with that.
The leg can now be attached to the metal frame, which had a slightly different role in its past life.
This bracket was obviously designed to go on the wall and support a lamp. So we've adapted it for a totally different use, and now acts as the strength and the backup foot for this end of the bench. But it's just great utilisation of something that would have all normally been thrown away.
The other metal support needs more work to adapt it to fit the bench.
I'm going to cut the leg off, and then we can see how much more adjustment there needs to be. There we go. I'm also going to put a sort of shallow arrowhead on the end of it as well, so you can drive it into the timber to lodge it deep in the timber. We may still need to come down a bit, but we'll see.
That's great. Fine as it is, what we just need to do is mark the slot and drill the holes
in there.
and then we'll force it in.
Right.
So cut this slot. Let's see if it fits. The moment of truth. Yeah, that's going to work perfectly. I won't ram it all the way home now because I want to get the other piece in first, but I'm happy with that.
With the piece coming together and being fixed into place, Eric adds one final element to finish the construction of the bench.
The old gas lantern bracketry at the back, which we've modified, has given this fantastic strength, and then I've given it an oak foot. And, of course, a nice piece of oak on the underneath will be weather-resistant for years and years to come. And it helps the bench not sink into the ground by having that added platform underneath. Hopefully, Gary's happy with the overall completion.
Right. Yeah, I think it looks great. Really pleased with how the legs have turned out.
I love the way it tapers, and yet it's level.
I think we ought to give it the test.
Shall we?
Indeed.
OK, seated position. What do you think, then?
I don't think it'd be a hard sell, this one.
You know what it is? It's been tree-cycled.
Tree-cycled, indeed.
From a piece of driftwood he paid nothing for and came across by chance to a designer bench Gary hopes to sell for £650. They've reused antique ironwork that was heading for the scrap heap and old legs from an Indonesian trunk, merging them into one beautiful design.
For me, the reward is seeing an idea put into practice, and the end result is quite pleasing to the heart, and this one has worked out really well. The vision I had is exactly this, and the fact that we've been able to use up items that would normally have been discarded and create something purely wonderful is fantastic.
It's a new day at the workshop, and Gary has a challenge on his hands to deliver an unusual item.
The mission is to get this moose to the Flower Pot pub. I got it.
Sourced from Scandinavia, he bought this moose head for £750.
The problem we have is that the road's closed and he wants it there today. So I've made an arrangement with a certain pal of mine, and we're going to go meet him now.
The roads between the workshop and the pub may be closed due to a local festival, but that doesn't stop Gary. He's called in some favours, and with help from friend George, they've got a plan up their sleeves.
Side or on the top?
put it on the top.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You've got some ties?
I've got
I don't want him
some
getting loose.
I've got some ropes on board.
Take your seatbelt off. Let's do a little bit of a manoeuvration here. Yeah, the moose has just turned the radio on.
Being on the river, the best way to travel is by boat.
Right, do you grab the horns, George?
Yeah, grab the horns, yeah. Should be going to the horns, shouldn't it?
Well...
There we go. Right, George, you want to ring the captain? No.
Should be great there. All right, that's the spot for her, George.
That's it.
We made it, George. I just have a little lie down. It's been a hectic journey for you.
Just a few minutes' walk, and the Moosehead finally arrives at the Flower Pot pub. Famous for its quirky interior, Gary's agreed to show this latest purchase to them in situ to see if he can agree a sale.
Well, you won't believe the journey we had down here. We had a few funny looks. But we made it. Yeah, well...
Lovely specimen.
Isn't it? Hey, Jess. I reckon we ought to try it up on a wall somewhere, see what you think. I don't think you quite realise the scale of it, did you?
No, not 4 foot out from the wall. But someone to know all about it, wouldn't you? The plan is... Try and get on there.
Put it on there.
It's up.
Perfect, it fits perfectly.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
So I'll leave it with you for a couple of weeks. See how you get on with it.
Yeah.
And then we'll commence negotiations. Cheers.
Gary needs to finish work on restoring the 1960s Moto Guzzi motorbike. Having cleaned and resprayed the paintwork, he now needs to work on the tyres. Gary wants to keep the originals, but being over 50 years old, they need some attention.
Well, that's probably why it won't inflate.
Rather than replace the inner tubes, Gary's going to try out a trick of the trade to keep the tyres inflated.
As we discovered, there's a puncture in the inner tube, so I'm going to try this specialist flat tyre solution.
This puncture repair foam acts as a sealant on any punctures. Or at least, that's what Gary's hoping.
I'm not really quite sure what to say to that. One didn't really go to plan, so let's see if this one does. Seems to do the trick.
It may not be the most conventional method, but it's worked. Now Gary can get on giving the wheels their finishing touches.
So what we're trying to achieve is to make this now look like a fabulous display piece. We're not looking to get it back on the roads. The tyres are sound, they just need to be revived a little.
He can then add the final coat to the paintwork of the frame.
To enhance the paint finish and to bring the character out and the texture to come through, I'm going to use a wax with a dark stain in it, and I'll apply it over the painted areas that where I've replenished the paint, and then cut it back with wire wool. I'll do that to the entire frame of the bike, and then polish it all off so it's got this lovely sheen all over. I want to reveal the original number plate, which I masked off when I was doing the spraying. Look at that, that's just lovely. This now needs lifting just a bit to bring it in line with the rest of it. I'm just going to do this by hand because of the nature of the detail here. I'm happy with that. I don't want to take it too far. It just revives it, so it's in keeping with the rest of the restoration that we've done on this bike. So at this stage, you can really see the vision becoming reality, and it's very satisfying. As a standalone piece of art, it's going to look amazing suspended. So I'm just going to get all the areas done that I can, stand back and have a look and see if we need to do anything else.
Every piece of this bike has been carefully cleaned, buffed and waxed, and now it's almost ready to display. The unique fuel tank is one element Gary particularly loves. But with a fading Moto Guzzi logo, he thinks there's more that can be done. So he calls in artist Tara Cole to help.
On the tank here, it's kind of an iconic eagle in flight, which is the emblem of Moto Guzzi. It's quite an important emblem. Having got this far with it, it needs to be replenished. You can still see the outline there, and you've got a much steadier hand than me, so I'm sure you've been as well within your capabilities.
So that says Moto Fuzzy Hispaniola.
Moto Guzzi.
Oh, Guzzi, you don't want fuzzy on there.
No, that was, yeah, let's get the spelling right. It might come back to haunt me, that one. What do you think? Doable?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll leave it to you then.
Great, thank you very much.
Using a black enamel paint, Tara starts by retracing the outline of the logo, before filling it in with gold.
Gary can use a bit of wire wool on it if he wants to make it look a bit more distressed.
All that's left is for Gary to rub down the paintwork, matching it with the distressed look of the bike before it's ready for display. From a worn-out, disused motorbike that Gary bought for £625 to a shining display piece that he's hoping to sell for £1,850.
The overall look is amazing. I'm really, really pleased with it. Seeing it in situ now makes has brought the vision to life, and I think it's come together really well. It's of a certain scale. It lends itself perfectly for this purpose, and I'm over the moon with it. I think I'm really, really pleased.
Salvage expert Gary is keen to get to work on an antique wardrobe that he wants to reinvent for a completely new purpose.
I've just purchased this amazing piece of furniture. It's great quality, but in today's world, it's a bit of a dinosaur. A very good client of mine couldn't house it. They gave me a call. I went over, picked it up, made them an offer, £200, which for the quality is pretty much for nothing, but it's almost an obsolete piece of furniture in today's world. But it's got great potential, and my plan for this piece is to give it a new lease of life by repurposing it so the whole thing lights up and becomes a standalone display cabinet rather than a piece of furniture that's to hide clothes away. And this would work very well in a retail environment or a gentleman's outfitters or even in someone's home. I think we could make it a real standalone piece.
Gary calls on Eric's technical know-how to help him bring his vision to life.
So, Gary, what's the vision?
Basically, take out these mirrored panels.
Right.
Replace with shelves or hanging.
Yeah.
And these panels here, we've got all the lovely slides there, so everything laid out in the shop format will look fantastic again. And then I'd like you, Eric, to come up with a way of illuminating it. I want to illuminate it.
OK.
For purposes of the shop.
So, from the display point of view. Nice one.
OK.
Lots to do.
Indeed.
Before Eric can add any lighting, they need to prepare the doors and make them suitable for a display piece.
The quality of timber in this piece is exceptional, so I will keep every single element we possibly can from this.
He wants to change the mirrors on the doors for clear glass, but rather than buying new glass, Gary has an idea.
We'll flip it over and have a look at the back of it.
Okay, all right. Quite what to expect when we lift this off. This is the first time in over 100 years this has been off. Wow, look at that.
I think what I'm going to do is get some paint stripper, take the backing off, and then see what's underneath.
Mirrors work by having a reflective substance such as silver, aluminium, or traditionally mercury bonded to the back of clear glass in a chemical process known as silvering. Gary now wants to remove this coating, transforming it back to the original glass panel.
This is pretty potent stuff, and you have to use it with care and attention. It's a commercial stripper, so it's not stuff that you can buy in the high street. Just let it do its job. You leave it a few minutes, let it bubble away and eat away at this backing paint. And look at that, there we go. Once I'm back at the silver, I can see how easy it is to get that away. While that's still a bit an element of stripper still on there, I'm going to try a bit of clean wire wool just to see if it will come away, the silvering will come away just with elbow grease. And look, sure enough it does. And being wire wool, that won't harm the glass in any way. It literally just acts as an abrasive to wear away at the silvering that's already there. And now you can see straight through to the underneath. So this process, although it's going to be time-consuming and quite intense, it's going to be worthwhile.
Two hours later, and Gary's nearly there.
I'm very pleased with how it's progressing. We've actually reversed the process of creating a mirror to return it to a wonderful piece of original beveled plate glass. The beveled edge here is going to look fantastic once we illuminate it from this side. But really lovely to be able to preserve the original piece of glass.
While Gary finishes desilvering the mirrors, Eric turns his attention to the wooden panels, which need some TLC of their own.
So I'm going to start with one of the smaller chips where the veneers come away. What I'm looking to do now is to fill in where the original piece of veneer has come off.
This ready-made wood filler has been selected to match the colour of the original veneer.
And it's just a case of carefully building up the filler to match up to the surface. It's a bit of a delicate job, but it's so important.
So, how's this coming on?
It's coming on pretty well, actually, Gary. What I've done is just gone round the edge where all the pieces have been chipped off. I think the colouring works pretty well. You happy with the sort of tone?
Yeah, no, that's fine, that's perfect,
yeah. So I'll go round the other doors. I can pass them to you?
Yeah.
Good, OK, that's great.
That stage and we'll go to the next stage.
Yeah, lovely. OK, see you later then.
Cheers.
Once all the doors are repaired, Gary can make the finishing touches.
Where we've filled in the areas where we've got veneer missing, I'm now going to paint that in to try and match it with the original veneer that's there. And we do that using an age-old little trick of the trade, which is coffee. I've already made a little blend, and here we go.
He carefully paints over the filler to match the tiger stripe veneer.
As you can see, that's not far off already, so I'm quite happy with that.
While Gary finishes the doors, electrical expert Eric is turning his hand to what he does best.
So I have to think about the lighting side with its wiring, and also where I can actually fit the LED strip. These are coming in 5-metre lengths, and I'm going to use a warm white.
These LED strips are connected to an electrical circuit and then glued onto the wardrobe frame.
So far, so good. I'm pleased with the way it's going, actually.
Gary's plan also includes adding lighting strips to the internal drawers. This poses more of a challenge, but Eric finds himself in luck.
I've found a side panel which is completely removable and hollow, which is just brilliant, because I'm going to be able to get the cables dropped through from this side where the LED is going to be, and I'm going to be able to run them behind here and then put the panel back in. So I can disguise all the cabling. So I'm really pleased about that because it produces a very, very neat solution to a bit of a sticky problem. So this is good news.
Eric's not the only one with a bright idea to make the wardrobe dazzle.
To get the best from it, we need to make it stand out and give as much light and reflection and enhance the things that we're trying to sell. I'm going to use mirror to actually reflect light and enhance the display of the items for sale. I'm going to pour a little bit of white spirit into this cup or lid, and I'll use that to on the end, we've got a glass cutting wheel here, which, when I dab that into there, will help lubricate it and helps for a nice clean cut. And the idea is, if you keep a nice, even, firm pressure on the glass, that will help us get a good one-off accurate cut. So that worked. Place this inside the shelf and it will reflect, and all the items on display will be in their full glory. 3 more to go.
But when it comes to fitting the final piece, he comes up against a problem.
It's not going to work. This is fractionally thicker than I anticipated, so it means I've got to take a trim off, which is difficult. But I think we've got quite a good cut there. So let's just see. I think it's going to work now, so I'm going to apply some silicone sealant to the back, and then hopefully this will go in first time. It's going to plan.
With the mirrors in place, Eric can finish off lighting the drawers and wiring the cabling before showing Gary the finished result.
Gary!
Hello.
What do you think, Gary?
That's looking great, yeah. That brings it to life. It's just as I sort of visualised it, really. But seeing the lights on, it's getting quite exciting now, because we can see it coming to life.
I can see it radiating in your face.
And I know it's evolved a little bit. We've changed a few things, but that's what happens in these jobs. We have to kind of adapt and look at different options. I think the mirroring is key to making this looking very special, and the lighting. I think now that we've decided to go along these runners here, the whole thing is going to be literally stand out, illuminated. It's going to look very important, and I can't wait to see it finished.
It's going to look really strong.
Yeah.
Really strong.
Yeah, and it's just transformed almost a dinosaur of a piece of furniture into something really quite special, which is the aim.
All that's left is to refit the doors and buff the handles.
What a contrast that is, and how fabulous it's going to make the piece look.
Then a final polish before it's ready for presentation. From a tired-looking wardrobe he bought for £200 to a bespoke display unit he now hopes to sell for £1,500.
It's looking awesome. I have to say, it's far better than I anticipated. You always have a vision about these things, but looking at it now, you can visualise it in a fabulous retail outlet or indeed in a private home with a collection of something. But the lighting has worked very, very well. I'm over the moon with that. The mirrors are giving a really smart effect. It looks really good.
That's good.
Yeah, very pleased with that.
Next time on Restoration Workshop...
What about that old thing?
At an airplane salvage yard, Gary meets his match in the haggle.
You ain't said a word today. Over £50.
We could make this thing look far more important and impressive and more dynamic.
One of Eric's creations goes with a bang.
Oh, I don't need problems like this now.
And an unusual buying location sees Gary's creative flair take flight.
It's a Wallace classic.
Indeed.
Tucked away in a leafy corner of Oxfordshire, there's a workshop where unloved and forgotten objects are given a new lease of life.
Now, that looks brilliant. This is polished up beautifully.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Gary Wallace is a restoration and salvage dealer with a difference.
What would you want for the whole thing?
In his hunt for the unexpected...
Haven't got those in the 10, have you? No.
He travels far and wide to buy abandoned objects with hidden potential.
Wow, what's this thing? That's amazing. 2.5, and you got to do it.
All right, no problem.
Then reinvents and transforms them into one-of-a-kind marvels. Helping him are his band of skilled designers and craftspeople who paint, cut, chisel and stitch to create masterpieces that are sought after by collectors the world over.
I've got to get $12.50 for it.
Thank you very much, Gary.
All right.
Yes.
We turn the impossible into the doable, basically.
The ultimate recyclers.
Welcome to the Restoration Workshop. At the workshop, another day is underway, reinventing and crafting items which otherwise would be discarded.
So there's a pair of these.
Yeah.
And all I want to do is just have a little bit of edge around it, but just makes them look a bit more important.
Yeah.
And about an inch in front of there, so...
Yeah, I'll just split the difference on what you've got there.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, if you can do those two, then I can draw them out and get them fixed into these. So before the noise starts, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, that's all right, cool.
OK, cheers.
Today, Gary's leaving the workshop behind, on the hunt for new tired curios to transform.
I'm just off to see a chap called Henry. He's quite a character. He's been a scrap dealer for a number of years, but he's not an ordinary scrap dealer. He deals in breaking down aircraft. I'm informed he's got a massive warehouse, which very rarely gets a look in from any other dealer. So I'm hoping we're going to have rich pickings here. I'm really looking forward to getting there. Henry, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, mate. Everything all right?
Yeah, great.
Good,
This looks amazing. So we can have a look inside, shall we?
I'm sure this is exactly what you're after.
Well, we'll soon find out. I can already see some cool stuff.
What are you actually looking for?
Well, I'll know it when I see it.
Right, yeah, same as.
Gary isn't your usual salvage buyer. He's on the hunt for items with hidden potential, where he can turn something unexpected into something extraordinary, whilst also turning a profit.
This is a bit like a version of my warehouse, only different kit, yeah.
I've got 3 or 4 of them.
Okay. Give me an indication, what would something like that cost?
I would want at least 300 quid for that.
Okay. The nose cones have got great potential for tables, in a bar, wall features, lighting. And that one?
Probably the same, because some people would like a small one.
Henry's such a shrewd guy, he's kind of on it straight away. So you knew you were up against it to get a deal with him.
This hand-drawn, stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's amazing one-off aeronautical drawings, blueprint drawings, which have got loads of potential. Maybe illuminate them from behind, keep them as wall features.
These drawings date back to the 1950s, made for the airline entrepreneur Freddie Laker.
So it's all hand-drawn to be refurbed and made into that.
Henry might be king of the haggle, but Gary's on the front foot. He's after diamonds in the rough that Henry may not appreciate the value of.
What would you want for that?
200 quid.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it yet, so I'll just keep that in mind.
Yeah, keep everything in mind, because they're lovely drawers. Of course, they're not used anymore.
I've seen filing drawers, I've seen enormous tools, which are only for aeronautical use, which I'm already thinking about what I can do with them. There's so much stuff, I can't take it in.
There's loads of it. Yeah.
How much is that lot?
Well, I think it's worth about 300 quid, that toolbox.
So we're 200 quid by it?
No.
Gary is after the odd and unusual, and Henry's warehouse is certainly delivering.
That's quite cool as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It is.
It's out of a private jet.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, cool. They're stainless steel toilets, which are really unusual but quirky. You know, might make a nice wine bucket or something, but it might put some people off.
If someone wants to clean it up and have it in their front room, some people like stuff like that, don't they? And that's just a flapper. Don't get your thing caught in that. If you know what I mean. Yeah.
Could be a bit embarrassed.
It wouldn't,
Not completely convinced, Gary sees something slightly more conventional that takes his fancy.
What's that?
That's from a Fokker F-27. We bought 6 and we flew 2 back here, and we broke 4 in Holland.
Oh.
Fokker is a Dutch aircraft manufacturer, and the Fokker F-27 plane dates back to the 1950s.
A one-off Fokker sign there, to get that phrase correctly. A one-off piece of artwork from a very rare plane. There's only one around. See if I can get hold of that at some point, but we'll see. What would you sell that for?
I'd probably want about 400 or 500 quid for that.
Okay.
Because it's only going to be one in the world.
Well, we'll have a think about that. It might be a bit rich for me.
With so much to see, it's not long before Gary's keen eye spots something tucked away on the top shelf that gets his attention.
That's a radar off a
radar scanner.
Scanner, yeah. It's quite cool, isn't it?
It's a cool thing, you know.
I just love the form, the look, the engineering on it. I've just got to try and think of something to do with that.
These radar scanners would have been fitted to the front of a Fokker F-27 aircraft and were used to detect the weather that the planes were flying into.
What would they have to be?
1.5 a piece.
200 a pair.
250, you got a deal.
225.
Oh. Go on then.
God, I knew we'd get there in the end.
I knew this would happen.
I can visualise them already. They'd make great lights, and with just a bit of LED wiring, maybe a bulb with a little bit of TLC, they could look amazing. I mean, I've had to pay, I think, 225 for the pair. Hopefully that'll go a long way into getting a profit from them, maybe get 250, 300 pounds each.
Yeah, so if you come round here...
What we got then?
I'll show you some stuff that is titanium.
Oh, yeah.
That's the exhaust for the APU on the BAE 146. It blows out there so that it doesn't get burned because that's titanium again.
Right.
I think they're beautiful. And the shape of them's unbelievable, isn't it? There's all sorts of things in boxes. I don't even know what's in. It's rather unbelievable, I think.
Every single piece has a different idea and a different use. There's just so much to take in. So much work.
Beautiful.
What about these things?
They're tabs from elevators, all sizes.
These panels are known as aileron balance tabs and come from an array of large passenger planes from the last 20 years. Positioned at the end of the wing, their small adjustments control the balance of the aircraft during flight, takeoff and landing.
I'm pretty excited about them. I don't want to let on too much because if Henry cottons on to my enthusiasm for them, I can see the price escalating. So I'm going to try and play this a bit cool and see if I can't get them for a reasonable price. What sort of money are they?
100 quid a piece.
What, 50 quid each?
No.
If I had them all?
No. No way. Jose.
You're not sure, are you? You're going to think of
No, I'm bloody sure. I'm bloody sure.
All right, you've got 4 out here. What would be your best on the 4?
1, 2, 3, 4. With the rivets. 2.5. Best price. Best.
You said that with vengeance. Go on then. Cheers. I'll do something with these and then come back to you on maybe the rest. I've got an idea. I want to see if it works.
Gary's managed it, securing another successful deal.
Good job doing the aluminium.
2 items in the bag, and there's still more to see.
This might be a bit of an odd one. What about that old thing?
That?
Yeah.
All that is they used to take the undercarriage out and lay it down on that so they can move it around the hangar.
So it's obsolete now?
Yeah, it's obsolete, but isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely?
Taking up a bit of space in your yard, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could probably do with someone getting rid of that for you.
Tell me how much you'd give for that, then.
£50.
Do you know something? You ain't said a word today. Over £50. You haven't. I've said all the prices, and you've gone, yeah, later. And every time you've said a price, it's 50 quid. If you want it, it's 100 quid.
Go on then.
Done.
All right, 100 quid. Brilliant, cheers for that.
Another deal done. And after a successful shopping trip, it's time to load up and head back to the workshop. Gary's right-hand man, Eric, is standing by and knows to expect the unexpected.
Dare I ask what's hidden in the back?
Let's go check it out before I say any more. It'll speak for itself.
Yes, Gary. I know what you're like with this man. This is always exciting. Oh, OK.
I couldn't resist these.
Oh, look at that. That looks like something out of a Jerry Anderson movie.
Well, it's actually a radar receiver.
That is fantastic.
It's got some movement.
Yeah.
This is aluminium. Polish that.
Yeah. Get
Give
some
it
light
some
in
light.
it.
Yeah. And then I think we've got a really good room feature.
Really dramatic piece.
Yeah. You take that through for me.
So what's the blue thing, Gary? Don't scratch it.
If we go any other way...
Are we coming this way?
No, that way. That way. You've got to take it down, Tim. Now, these aren't working particularly well. They're spoiling up.
That can be sorted. Fantastic timber, isn't it?
Well, I think it's mahogany.
Yeah.
I want to just take off the... try and keep as much of this old flakiness as possible.
Real quality, real quality. God, it's heavy. This looks interesting.
Yeah, the air flaps off the back of large aircraft.
Wow. They are fab. Look at those.
So beautifully airstreamed.
Yeah.
Got that wonderful aluminium design. They just speak volumes about the era. I'm just determined to do something with them.
So what have we got? We've got two longer ones, matching.
2 longer ones.
And 2 shorter ones. Really nice.
Gary needs to get the objects turned around and making him a profit. First on the list is the tired blue trolley he bought for £100. Originally used to transport aircraft parts around during construction and repair, today Gary has other ideas for it.
I couldn't resist it. I saw it. I didn't really know what I was going to do with it. I just have to have it. It stood the test of time because mahogany is a very hardy timber. It's got these fabulous old casters on, which lock into place. It has just great form. I've got an idea for it now. What I've decided to do is I'm going to basically make a dog bed. So the challenge for me is to try and completely change it from its previous use and give it a new lease of life. I want to keep a trace of the old paint on there and try and replenish it and keep as much of the old blue on there as possible. I've got to take all the loose off. So we take all the loose away, sand down all the rough edges, and then give it a wash of something and see what it looks like. Then decide where to go next.
With the loose paint removed and sanding complete, Gary pays attention to the structure of the frame.
Well, the joints are all sound, but where they've dried out, they just need to be clamped up again. These bits have just pulled apart. So I'm going to put some glue into the old joints, and then we'll squeeze them up.
Do you want a hand, Gary?
Yeah, I just want to put these clamps across. It'd be easier with two of us.
It's never a one-man job, this.
I know.
Right.
Just want to push that there.
OK.
And get this one this side.
Closing up here. Yes, that's...
Yeah, that one's up. It's squeezed together. I'll give you a shout if I need to do any more.
Well, in this heat, it'll be about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Always trying to reuse and recycle, Gary's found timber from an old delivery crate to build the base of the dog bed.
I've set the saw at 45 degrees. That should give us the angle we need just to put these last two bits in. So I've got 2 cuts to do, and then we're done.
Gary attaches supporting struts to the sides of the trolley that will provide a platform for the base. Then he glues and screws the cut and measured planks into place.
And this piece should sit in very nicely at the end. Next stage, I give this a nice rub down and sand it back so the dogs don't get any splinters in their nether regions. And next stage is we give it a coat of paint. So what I'm applying is basically a water-based emulsion. I want to play around with the finish, so I want to draw the original blue that's on there. And the idea is to keep the character of the piece without totally refinishing it. This area here has gone quite well, so that's probably the type of look I'm looking for. So to achieve exactly just the right amount of finish on the metalwork, you literally need a dusting of paint left on the brush, and you just apply it in very loose but accurate strokes. I now want to cut it back a bit and bring out a little bit more of the blue. I'm going to do that using fine wire wool. And just by gently cutting it back, and just see the blue coming out there, it just gives it that natural feel of aged paint. It gives it another dimension and it sort of adds to the colour and the charm of it.
Gary wants to finish the bed with a flourish, a hand-painted sign to welcome its new owner. So he's asked artist and expert typographer Tara Cole to bring her brushes.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Well, this is the dog bed, believe it or not. It was like a carriage from an aircraft hangar, but my plan for it is I want to put the script across the front and bring it to life. It's basically going to be Le Château Chien.
Okay.
And Château being, because that's kind of French for castle. So it's the dog's castle. In something kind of typically French-looking.
Okay. Now, pick a colour.
Well...
But you'll probably want something beige or cream or traditional.
Commercial would be a better word. I need it to stand out and look cool and vibrant. At the same time, can't be so garish it doesn't fit everyone's homes. I like that. That seems to stand out to me.
Proper
it's
purple.
Proper purple.
Okay.
So what colour's that?
Dark blue.
Dark blue?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I think that's the way to go. But no, I'll go with that. I think that'll work really well.
With the surface prepared, Tara sets to work hand-sketching the dog bed's bespoke sign.
Anything that's painted by hand has character to it that you don't get if it's printed by machine.
I'm going to do a bit of outlining first before filling it in. This is more of a pinstriping brush, really, but it's really good for line work.
Tara's using a waterproof enamel paint that creates long-lasting and vibrant results.
That's why hand-painted stuff costs more, because it takes so long. It's digitally printed or it's vinyl, it's very quick, but it's got no soul. It's relaxing because you're totally focused, not on the sort of madness around you, but on what you're actually doing, which nowadays, I don't think none of us are very good at doing that.
Hi, Tara. How's it going?
Good, nearly there.
Oh, wow.
Just on the last letter of the blue, and then we'll put in a purple line on all the down strokes, so it gives it a bit of depth.
Colour looks great, actually. Complements this little bit of blue coming through the background as well. So
Yeah, it works well together.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Oh, wow. I'll leave you to it then. I won't hold you up. Looks great.
Nearly there.
Fabulous.
All right, see you later.
Thanks.
Blue's done.
With the lettering filled with colour, Tara moves on to the next stage, adding a purple low-light drop shadow to the sign to give the letters extra dimension and depth. Then all that's left is to get sign-off from the boss.
Oh, that looks wicked.
Yeah, really cool. That looks great. Absolutely exactly what I sort of envisaged.
Just need some happy dogs.
What you've done is absolutely brilliant. Looks great.
From a crumbling cart bought for £100 to a bespoke dog castle fit for even the most discerning canine. Ready for sale at £1,250. Creating wonderful and unusual items is what drives Gary. But to keep the business on track, he also needs to sell. Today he's meeting Jojo Henderson, an interior designer with the potential to be a major buyer.
It's Jojo Henderson. She's just set up a new interior design business. She's just gone on her own, as it were, and she's got some really fascinating collections.
She's been given the job of designing a new banqueting space at a top London venue, and today she's visiting Gary's workshop.
Oh my God! Oh, it's everything and more.
To see if he's got what she needs.
It's a huge event space that I've designed the whole theme, and currently sourcing kooky, lots of beach, driftwood, lovely sort of white and natural feel throughout.
Came from a family butcher's from Rouen.
Look, I could live in here.
You could. That'd be about £5 a month if it was on Pimlico.
Gosh, that bike, that's incredible.
Yeah, that illuminates, so we can plug it in and it lights up at night, so it becomes a room feature. Yeah, it's really nice. Probably was a weight for a massive water tank.
Gary's creations may be hitting the right notes with Jojo, but nothing so far is quite the minimal white look she's after.
All right, follow me.
I shall.
Mind the step.
Thank you. Wow, this is incredible. Oh, I do like that mirror up there, the hexagonal one.
Yeah, that's nice. And because it's slightly inverted, it sits out from the wall. If you put bulbs directing light out, like a star almost, but
I think that's it. Oh, look how fab it is. There's 8 of us.
There's loads of you. Fab.
Oh, God.
The mirror that's caught Jojo's attention was originally the centrepiece of an orangery roof, which Gary bought from a French flea market for £230.
How much are we talking for that, then?
Well, I've got to get £12.50 for it.
£12.50 over budget because this piece was eliminated. So can we work on that?
Probably got a day's work actually fitting their light fittings, and I could probably throw that in.
Really?
Yeah.
OK.
All right.
That would be very much appreciated.
OK, then.
Yes.
Great
Wonderful.
For Gary, it's an important sale. If he can get the mirror right, it could be the beginning of a great working relationship with Jojo, supplying her successful business.
Should we do lunch?
Let's go have some lunch.
Excellent. We can talk the finer details and have a
Wonderful.
glass of wine.
After sealing the deal, Gary needs to set his right-hand man Eric to work on the octagonal mirror. Eric is a master at anything electrical, so Gary's hoping he can bring his vision to life.
We could make this thing look far more important and impressive and more dynamic. In each of these 8 areas behind that mirror plate, and in this area, I need to attach maybe a board to the back of the piece. I think if we can have a plate on the back and fix to the plate some kind of a light fixing from there, throw light, a beam of light from behind, so that then comes out from here. And once that's on the wall, the idea is to make it look a much bigger, much more impressive piece.
So you're thinking like almost like a sunburst?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a great idea, and we'll get maximum thinking on this.
With Jojo needing to display the mirror in the next few days, Eric gets straight to the job at hand. First of all, he works out the best way to mount the lights that allows the mirror to still be fixed to a wall.
This will mount onto the back here, and it will be this plate that will be fitted to the wall, and underneath here will be the lights. So I just want a centre mark to get the absolute centre of the piece, like that.
Having made 8 screw points to fix the board to the mirror, Eric makes sure it's perfectly aligned before securing it.
I'm putting it together, and I'll then take it all apart again, because I then have to do the work on the other side of this plate, which is where all the lighting fixtures are going to be fitted, and the wiring and everything else. 2 to go. And all I have to do is make sure that the angles sit right over the spars, and then it's correctly aligned. The last 3 screws. This is the side that all the lighting fixtures are going to be fixed to. So the next thing is marking up a centre point of each of the sides. So I've got somewhere to use as a point of reference for the fittings.
With the measurements in place, Eric begins to fit the light fittings to the board.
Don't need to use a heavy cable here. The lamps are very low wattage.
Just had the client on the phone. Where are we on
Well,
this?
I'm actually to the point where I've got a sample fitting in place here. If I just set this up here and plug this in. So, as you can see, we've got an angle of light coming out here, and you can see the light fall off that you're talking about. The other thing is, I've also got an alternative bulb that I want to try. So this is a bulb that's actually used in those 1960s iconic lava lamps, you know.
What's the advantage of using that bulb against the other?
It's a more narrowly focused beam.
OK.
It's less wattage, but it'll be interesting to see what it gives us. Right.
Well, already I like that, because the idea is it's actually going on a white wall. So if that's a more distinctive and got more going on with it.
I agree with you.
But I like this. This is shaping up really well.
Yeah, good.
Great stuff.
Crack on.
With Gary happy, Eric fixes the final light fittings to the board.
Each individual light point come back to one single junction point. And so, you know, it's quite important to get everything fixed down and to minimize the risk of anything coming loose, going wrong, because we are talking about working with electricity here. And so it's got to be right. All of this has got to keep out of the way of the most important thing, which is the mirror piece itself. And then all these cables route here and come into a junction box. We're going to put a dimmer on this, and then out of the back of that goes the connecting cable for the electricians to hook up to when it gets to the client.
Around each light fitting, Eric has used sheets of metal to act as a reflector and heat protector for the board. This will help bounce the light onto the wall from each bulb.
You see this with the reflector in place, Gary?
Yeah.
I've made it from behind and throws it
That's
all
better
forward.
anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. OK.
With the piece taking shape, Eric fits the rest of the reflectors, and ever the perfectionist even paints the back of the mirror white to match the light board.
So I'm just going to use some ordinary white emulsion. We keep tubs like this and let them go deliberately a little bit sticky, so we get a thicker, gloopier, stickier paint, which in some jobs here is really, really useful. And that's what I'm using this time. It's warm at the moment, so this will dry very quickly. Often the case with working with these kind of things is having the confidence to work at speed. Don't be afraid of the paint. Have a good brush, even if it's an old one.
Once the paint is dry, Eric reassembles the light board onto the mirror.
Okay, so here we go. Line this up. The couriers are coming for this to take it straight into the King's Road to be fitted. There are workmen waiting to hang it today.
With the bulbs all in place, Eric does a final test of the completed mirror light.
Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. What a pain. Oh, I don't need problems like this now.
But with the mirror being collected in just a few hours, he has to work quickly to investigate the source of the problem.
Yeah, sure enough, the dimmer module failed. So I've just replaced it, put a new one in. And I'll do one final test here. So now we have fully dimming lights.
With the fault in the circuit fixed, there's just time for a quick polish and one final test before it heads out for delivery.
Fingers crossed. Okay.
Don't want a flat wall, that's going to look fabulous. Mission accomplished,
Well,
Q.
thank you very much, sir.
Stand easy.
Yes, Sergeant Wallace.
Gary's most expensive deal at the Air Salvage warehouse was the £250 he paid for 4 large aluminium wing tabs. Originally from various large passenger planes from the last 25 years, these tabs work to control the fine balance of an aircraft during flight. Gary has other ideas for them, though. He wants to transform them into an innovative design piece that could see a tidy profit if he gets it right.
I like to think slightly out of the box. I know exactly what I'm going to do now, and I'm going to create a bookcase from those elements. So I've ended up with 4 of these strips, which are about 11 inches across, and I've worked out that I can probably get 4 shelves, and the first shelf will come just above there, and then there'll be 3 further shelves at equal distances. And that's roughly what we're going to end up with.
With plans drawn up, Gary has to turn his vision into reality.
So fortunately, being aluminium, it cuts really easily. So, and as ever, you don't really know what you're looking at until you cut it.
Gary cuts the aluminium using a miniature angle grinder with a metal cutting blade. This accurately cuts through the panel without distorting it in any way. Once cut, he can then see where the shelves will be placed.
The shelves will sit in at various intervals, and then up here, and there, and then the top one will be there.
But using unconventional materials doesn't always make for a straightforward build.
Although it's really easy to work with, the aluminium, it hasn't really got enough guts to it for me to be able to either bolt to or screw into for a structure of this size.
Their lightweight structure means they don't have the strength to provide the support they'll need as a bookcase. Ever the problem solver, Gary has a potential solution.
What I've decided to do is create almost a subframe, because it will now have some weight to the base and it will be structurally sound.
Gary's plan is to reinforce the structure with lengths of recycled hardwood, giving each shelf of the bookcase added support. He has to make sure that the wooden supports are aligned perfectly to the aluminium panels. Otherwise, the bespoke shelves may not fit into the bookcase frame.
These will slot in nice and tightly in there. It's gone to plan and it's really starting to take shape now.
Before the shelves are fitted, Gary wants to disguise the timber supporting frame so that it matches the aluminium tabs, and he finds the solution in an unlikely place.
This actually, it came out of a van that I used to have, and we use it for tying things off in a van when you're driving around. And I want to disguise the timber, so I thought this would work very well. I've cut it and applied it to the hardwood struts that I put on the back there. I'm quite pleased with how that's turned out.
After cutting the metal strips to size, Gary's hit with another idea.
Now these sections are the offcuts where I've had to cut from there. I'm going to use those as brackets underneath the shelf to support the shelf rather than put a timber strip along there. So screw up through there and then screw into the actual under the shelf there as well. And that's going to work really well because they're very strong. And if you sat down and looking up at the shelf, you would actually see this underneath the shelf, so it would look really good and be continue the form of the actual item. Another amazing idea.
With the subframe disguised, Gary just needs to secure the shelves into place.
Shelves are braced at the back here with a nut and bolt, and we've got one self-tapping screw that goes through to the actual body of this. As solid as a rock. This all comes down at an angle, gives it its aerodynamic dimension, but the top bit is flat, so we can stack books and CDs and whatever one desires. 3 more shelves, and we're pretty much finished. Construction's finished, then it'd be just a case of cleaning it and highlighting it, and then we're almost there. Seeing it now at this stage and having an idea come to life is very satisfying, and we've taken something that was been otherwise obsolete or scrapped and turned it into giving it a totally new lease of life and created something really useful that looks really cool as well.
With the transformation nearly complete, all that's left is for Gary to make the finishing touches before it's ready for sale.
Going to clean up all the areas that need cleaning up, and what I want to try and do is just abrase it slightly with a light bit of metal polish and some wire wool. I want all the stud work to stand out, so when it catches the light, it brings out the detail of the item. I quite like the fact that the wire wool is actually just very lightly scoring the aluminium, and it's giving it that kind of feel like it's got movement in there as well. But just all adding to the piece, really. More elbow grease.
And his inventive design is already attracting attention.
It's a very powerful piece. Nothing that's made up in a factory would have anything like this. It's a Wallace classic.
Indeed.
Isn't it? Nearly looks like the drawing.
Yeah, I know. Funny that, isn't it?
From scrap metal bought for £250 to a fully functioning bookcase, hopefully worth 3 times that in just 12 hours. Not bad for a day's work.
Whoever buys this is in for a real treat. I think it's turned out far better than I anticipated. I'm over the moon. It's worked out really, really well.
Today, the white octagonal mirror that Gary sold to designer Jojo Henderson is having its big unveiling.
I bought this in a flea market in France many moons ago. I bought it because I loved it. I've now turned it into something that I love even more. The transformation of that, the process of that is part of my passion. To know where it's going and it's going to be adored and appreciated by hundreds, if not thousands of people in the future is fantastic.
Gary is heading to London's King's Road to catch up with Jojo.
Hello.
And see how the mirror looks in situ.
So, welcome to the White Room.
Wow.
Yeah?
That looks amazing.
Doesn't it?
It's absolutely amazing.
We have the piece de resistance, the hex mirror. It's pretty special, isn't it?
But that's exactly how I envisaged it working.
Yeah. It's just how the light beams out.
Seeing something in situ is the test, isn't
Yeah.
it? So,
Well, it just really projects out, doesn't it?
yeah, it's worked out really well.
Yeah.
No, I can't believe how good it's turned out.
I know.
For back there, it looks even better.
Yeah. Great.
Mm.
Thank you.
It's been a successful week at the workshop, with Gary and his team creating some incredible design pieces.
Well, the whole business is based upon a network of individuals, from designer through to supplier to restorer and to the final installations. Le Chateau Chien, the dog bed, seeing that in the air salvage yard, it'd been sat there for 40 years, decaying before Henry's very eyes. The vision I had for it, seeing that come to life and evolving into the thing that it ended up as, was amazing. Tara put such a lot of passion into the artwork that she supplied. I was over the moon with that. Seeing the dogs and sat in it really was really proof in the pudding. What an amazing thing it's turned out to be. I'm very, very pleased with that, and hope it goes to a great home. The 19th century illuminated octagonal mirror, which had been literally hanging up in my warehouse for quite some time. The fact that Jojo had the vision and she knew where it was going, seeing it in situ and the alterations we made to make it an amazing illuminated feature actually was the cherry on the cake for me. Fantastic result on that one. So the aero shelves were more straightforward than I anticipated. They, because I didn't really know the construction of the elements I was using, it was a little bit of trial and error, and although you get an idea in your mind, putting that into practice can be problematical, but it really was quite straightforward. The design I had in mind really did come into fruition, and it came to life, and it's one of those very, very pleasing results, to be honest.
Next time on Restoration Workshop...
This is going to be one interesting day.
Gary visits a grand girls' school.
This place is never ending, is it?
Where a cavernous cellar leaves him in bits.
Hold on. The Victorian jigsaw puzzle, I call it.
The build of an impressive table turns into a family affair.
Who's going backwards then? Me?
Shall we go backwards?
I know what you're like.
And Eric creates a stunning space oddity.
Sort of got space race, ray guns and all that kind of thing.
Tucked away in a leafy corner of Oxfordshire, there's a workshop where unloved and forgotten objects are given a new lease of life.
Now, that looks brilliant. This is polished up beautifully.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Gary Wallace is a restoration and salvage dealer with a difference.
What would you want for the whole thing?
In his hunt for the unexpected...
Haven't got those in the tin, have you?
No.
He travels far and wide to buy abandoned objects with hidden potential.
Wow, what's this thing? That's amazing. 2.5, and you got a deal.
All right, no problem.
Then reinvents and transforms them into one-of-a-kind marvels. Helping him are his band of skilled designers and craftspeople who paint, cut, chisel and stitch to create masterpieces that are sought after by collectors the world over.
I've got to get $12.50 for it.
Thank you very much, Gary.
All right.
Yes.
We turn the impossible into the doable, basically.
We're the ultimate recyclers.
Welcome to the Restoration Workshop. At the workshop, the team begin their day's tasks, bringing Gary's visions to life.
Busy Monday morning, lots to do, lots of jobs to finish off. Obviously, a lot of the processes that I get involved with, the restoration and the reinventing, I can do myself. However, I do need a specialist team of people around me. Morning, Q.
Morning, Gary.
Just like the Q in James Bond, Eric, i.e. my Q, is back at base coming up with the gadgetry. Prepare yourself. Anything engineering, electrical and kind of technical in that way, I bring in Q for that. Right, basically, I just want to illuminate from in there.
Yeah.
Maybe do some strips up here. And I'm wondering, this piece here comes out, not really doing anything, doesn't look great, but we could replace that with an Edison-type bulb in there.
Okay.
Just gives it another dimension.
I might still make use of this, but...
Well, I don't know about your personal life.
All right, then.
I'll leave you to it.
Lovely. OK, we'll crack on.
All right, Q, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Whilst Eric gets to work, Gary's off on a buying trip. He's heading to Gloucestershire, where he's hoping to find new items to reimagine.
Well, I'm on my way to Westonbirt School, which is one of these fabulous country houses. It's now a school. They've had a major restoration project going on for years, and they're now ready to let go one or two of the things that have been hanging around in the cellars, which are now obsolete to today's workings. So I'm hoping to find something that other people would miss, things that I can recreate, resurrect, restore, reinvent, perhaps. And already, I'm in awe of the most magnificent building I think I've seen in a long, long time. What a fabulous place. If the exterior is anything to go by, this is going to be one interesting day.
Westonbirt House is one of the finest examples of a Victorian stately home in England. Built in the 1860s by Robert Holford, it's been a leading independent girls' school since 1928. Whilst the school breaks for summer, Gary's meeting the events manager, David Runciman.
Welcome to Westonbirt House.
Thank you very much. Lovely. What a place.
Let me show you around.
Yeah, cool.
In the hope he can make a deal on some diamonds in the rough. Despite being run as a school, the house and grounds of Westonbirt are now managed by a trust, which aims to preserve the history of this Victorian building.
Oh, my word. Wow, what an amazing room. Everywhere you look, there's just, you can't take it all in. There's so much detail. This is fantastic.
Each of the 6 state rooms is full of beautiful original furniture and features, including oak and walnut panelling in the Grand Hall, and the original built-in bookcases still standing in the library. But as beautiful as it might be, this isn't what interests Gary. He's here to find discarded treasures that are hidden from view, just waiting for him to work his magic on.
Now let's take you down to the basement. This real hidden gem of the house, these are the service bells, only discovered 4 years ago. The panelling was taken off, lo and behold, these bells.
What a great story. That's amazing. And all the names are incredible as well. And you've got the billiard room, smoking room, that's a bit of a taboo now, isn't it? It's normally outside now. And look, Miss Holford's boudoir.
Yeah, what a great name.
Everyone should have a boudoir.
Brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant feature of the house.
Oh, indeed.
Right, I shall let you lead the way.
OK.
See what you've got your eyes on.
This place is never ending, is it? Wow. What a fabulous place. Everywhere you look, your eye's drawn to some detail. Just move this one out.
Gary's aiming his sights at items that most other buyers would leave behind.
Aha. Needs an awful lot of restoration.
He's looking for a bargain, something with potential for him to reinvent and make a profit on.
This one I like. It's a little Victorian work table, simple country furniture, but looks like the drawers are missing, but might be interested in that.
Some of the treasures here are still owned by the Trust and therefore not available to buy. David is here to tot up all the items Gary wants and then ask the Trust if they're willing to sell them.
What about this?
Oh, that's a big,
Well,
sturdy
boot
old thing.
scraper. Quite like its form. Sort of castellated columns here. Weighs a bit as well. Can you put that one on the list?
You certainly can.
Oh, wow, we are getting into the depths of the house now, aren't we?
What do you make of this piece?
Oh, yeah. That's a lovely old work table, isn't it? I'd be interested in that. We can create a new top, and I've got some ideas about that already. I think it could look amazing.
What would you think in terms of value?
As it is, $250.
Okay.
David doesn't have the authority to actually sanction a price, so if I can give a guideline and then they can go back to the powers that be and they can decide whether or not they think it's a fair price. Hopefully, we can come to some kind of agreement.
Digging even further into the cellar, a forgotten piece of history.
Just spotted this. These two shields were given by the first generation of Westonbirt School, 1928, 1933.
Don't think I've ever seen that.
Never seen it.
Lovely stained glass, isn't it?
I won't even try and make you an offer on that. It's got to stay with the school. What a fabulous thing. You ought to remind them it's down here. This place goes on and on. OK, and what's through here, David?
Gary is still hunting for something he can put his own mark on and bring back to life.
Before we go any further, what's this?
Lovely old big table, isn't it?
Well, could be. Can we take the stuff off? That's what I wanted to see. The fact that
What do you think?
it's got a big dip in it. So I just want to have a quick look, see if there's what the problem is. Yeah, so at the back there, the weight of all those boxes has actually made that side sink.
Yeah.
It's certainly repairable. I like it. It's an unusual size. It's long.
What would you think in terms of value for this?
Yeah, again, with the restoration, you're looking at 200 quid.
Really?
Yeah. A torch for this one, I think. Interesting bits and pieces. Oh, hold on. Looks like sort of major components of some sort of a work table. At least someone saved the drawers, so we might be able to do something with it. I think we're a pair of legs short, but there's the major parts of a table, still only in kit form. So at least someone's had thoughtfulness to keep the drawers. It's possible to put it back together. We could save it.
Whether you can make a whole table out of all these bits is anybody's guess. But in Gary's world, there's potential in almost everything.
I'd make an offer on that. So, I mean...
And what would that offer be?
£80. I'll probably have to recreate most of it, but in parts, it's probably worth that.
Okay. Yeah, I can add it to the list.
It's been amazing. I think we found some real gems, so...
We'll see what we can do.
All right, great stuff.
Great.
Cheers.
Okay.
It's hopefully been a lucrative day for Gary. Now he just has to find out from David whether the Trust are happy to sell him the items he's after.
So...
It's been an enjoyable day, isn't it?
As indeed, yeah, brilliant.
I am pleased to say there are a few items which we are willing to sell. Looking at your list,
OK.
we would be willing to sell the prep table.
Oh,
prep
yes.
table we saw without the top.
Without the top.
We'd be happy to sell that to you.
OK.
And the second item was the kind of mismatch of the white painted furniture.
The jigsaw.
Which was tucked away. And thirdly, the very long table.
Oh, yes, the sort of brown painted table. OK. So you have my offer for those pieces. That comes to £550. As how far?
So having gone away and looked at our records and spoken to various people, we would be happy to settle you all three for £800.
800, right. Can we meet somewhere in the middle, say 650?
I'm not sure I can come down as far as 650. Do you take 700?
Do you know what? I'm not going to mess around. The fact that it's all going to the upkeep of this wonderful place, I'll go 700.
Perfect.
Brilliant.
Right.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Deal done and time to leave. With the van full of new items to restore,
I'm kind of glad this is in pieces. I don't think we'd ever have got it on board. Fits like a glove.
it's back to the workshop. Salvage-savvy Gary is heading back to Henley to show off his new wares to right-hand man Eric.
Hi, Gary.
Hi, Eric.
Good trip?
Indeed.
Worthwhile?
Indeed.
Dare I? No, I don't dare. No,
What was the last thing you said to me before I left?
Don't come back with anything big.
Yeah, I ignored that.
I knew you would.
So I went enormous. That piece, followed by that piece.
I'm beginning to get the picture. Well, it's huge.
I think what we've got on our hands is a 4-metre-long dresser from the original scullery.
I see where you're going now. So these leg assemblies would carry on this way, and it would be one long, long piece. This could go at the end. Must go in here. And that lives here somehow.
There's no joint in there. It might be that this was a
That was that.
This was
and
a
this
piece.
is a freestanding item.
Something else.
And there's a leg missing.
Yeah. There's the original joint. What someone's done is basically
that's it.
Taken that leg off. So that's the original piece.
And then this is a separate.
This is
piece.
This is another piece.
Gary's unknowingly bought 2 pieces of furniture for the price of 1. Both tables would have been originally used in the scullery kitchen of Westonbirt House. In the late 1800s, the busy scullery was in constant use, whether for washing dishes, preparing food or doing the laundry. So these tables would have been crucial in the day-to-day running of the house.
Who else would have bought a pile of pieces? Potentially. This now is turning out to be an amazing piece of kit. The construction here is for a 3-drawer unit. So
Yes.
I think we stick to the 3-drawer unit. All right, Gary, what you got there?
Some of the parts of the table have broken and split over the years, so Gary's brought in his brother, Darren, an expert carpenter, to help him recut some of the joints.
So I'm just going to put the screws in where the nails were. That'll start allowing us to actually get the structure of the framework together now. In fact, that's one of the old original hand-cut nails. You can often date a piece from evidence like this because it's only after the 1870s, 1880s they were using sort of machined nails. This dates this because the building was finished in 1868, I believe, where it came from. So it's pre-mass production of machined nails.
The long table is coming together, but there's still a challenge with one of the legs, which Gary was hoping to restore.
There's so much alteration that would have to be done on this piece that it might just be worth putting a brand new leg on there. It's one of those things that you have to do sometimes. As much as we try to use the original pieces as much as possible, sometimes there is no way around it. We're hoping that we can match it in and no one will know except us. Now I need to source some timber that will replicate the legs. So I'm going to go out to my store and see what I can find. In the interest of never ever throwing anything away, this container is absolutely ram-jammed with odds and sods. It's slightly overstocked at the moment. I might have to get the guys in to pull a few things out before I can actually get to anything.
Buried among his pile of offcuts, Gary finds a piece he thinks will work.
So that's 2.5 inches short.
This is cut to fit the existing frame, so it blends into the original table as much as possible.
I've got to take that section out of there. We're now just coming to the final stages of putting the end leg together. This has been cut to accommodate the old joint. We're going to use the original piece there that's still got the old joint in. So that will slide on. This will then slide into there. And then this will be screwed and glued, and it'll be very, very strong.
The new leg completes the reconstruction of the table. But there are still some adjustments to be made to make it look as authentic as possible.
As you can see, on this leg here, where they've continually been mopping floors, it came off a stone floor, so they probably mopped that over and over again. The bottom eighth of the leg is actually quite worn away. So that this new leg actually sits quite nicely with that one and the others, we want to create a bit of wear. We're going to manufacture some wear so that it all sort of sits nicely together, and hopefully we can do it in a way that no one will ever know that it wasn't original. So to do that, I need to use my chisel to make them rough. It's just a case of doing it until it looks right. That's the last job of the day, and mission accomplished.
Across the workshop, electrical expert Eric is getting to grips with transforming 2 radar dishes. Gary bought these from an air salvage and recycling centre in Essex after some tough bargaining.
What would they have to be?
1.5 a piece.
200 a pair.
250, you got a deal.
225.
Oh, go on then.
Now he's tasked Eric with turning them into a pair of unique table lamps.
I'm going to leave the mechanics at the back pretty much as they are in terms of finish, because we want to retain this aged, weathered look.
These weather radar dishes were once mounted behind the nose cone of a Fokker plane. Their purpose was to detect everything from thunderstorms to turbulence to flocks of birds, helping keep the airplane and the passengers safe. They may now be obsolete, but they've been saved from the scrap heap. The first challenge is to carefully dismantle the radar.
Tremendous gearing inside these things.
To work out how exactly it can be reinvented.
They must have had special assembly keys to get in there, which we haven't got.
Eric may not have an Allen key that fits, but a good workman doesn't blame his tools. He upcycles his own.
They obviously had a special tool when they assembled this. So, to all intents and purposes, I've chopped the end off this, which is something I really hate doing. But it's the only way we can get into this tiny little space and hopefully loosen up these 2 Allen key bolts.
The doctored Allen key is filed down to exactly the right dimensions for the radar stem screw.
Improvise, improvise. Everything's improvise. So, use this special modified tool. I've just got one. Yeah, we can get in there, look. Oh, yes, I think it's... And it's coming loose. Now I'll be able to see just how all this is. Okay, that's great. So I can now get inside there, run the cabling, fit the light by way of a lamp holder, which will be fixed onto here. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do that yet. That's a little bit of investigation. LED work on the stem itself. All good stuff. It's going to look really good. I'm looking forward to doing this, actually.
In the buffing room, Eric is hoping to reveal a silvery shine beneath the radar dish's currently glum exterior.
So there are all sorts of different waxes. They each contain a different cutting material, different colours for different metals. So I'm just applying some there. But here we go. So as you can see, it's already started to clean the oxide off the surface. The original lovely shiny aluminium is beginning to be exposed after taking this coating off. Part of the pleasure of doing this is bringing to life hidden history. And there you go, as if by magic, one beautifully shiny aluminium dish. Looking forward to seeing how this all comes together.
In Henley, Gary is working on transforming a table he bought in pieces for £80 into a grand bespoke server unit. Having reconstructed the base of the table, he can start painting. And not one to take shortcuts, he wants to make this piece look as authentic as possible.
I'm going to repaint this piece, but I want to create some texture. I want to make it look like distressed paint. So what I do is take our friend the stripper, and we just dab it onto the areas where the paint is. And as it lifts the paint, you can see there already you've got a reaction. But rather than scrape it away like we normally would, we're going to utilise that to create our new finish. And you dab it, because if you paint it on, it'll leave streaks. It won't do very much just now, but the final result will be amazing. Where I've used the stripper to apply texture to the new wood, that's gone hard and it's got the similar texture to the drawer. So when we paint it, it'll all sit together quite nicely. I now use emulsion paint and just gently apply what I would call a dusty coat, which is a very thin coat, and what that'll do is seal in the texture that we have. What I'm trying to do is enhance what's there. The old and the new will now gel. If you can see, the replacement timbers are merging with the rest of the carcass. Once this is dried, I'll then give it a very light waxing. I'll go for a neutral original finish to complement the piece. And it has a certain amount of stain in it. And as you can see, by applying the wax, it actually brings out all the texture to give it real character. That's when the aesthetics of the piece start really coming to life. That's looking great.
With the base of the table transformed, Gary can get to work on attaching the top. And being the king of recycling, he's found just what he's after in the most unlikely of places.
I decided to use slate because it's very solid, hard-wearing, and is perfect for a table surface. So the slate I want to use for this project has come from an old snooker table. To get a piece this size, it would cost an awful lot of money. And being in the world of reclamation and salvage, I quite like utilising the elements from an original snooker table. This particular piece I've found, the width is perfect, but I need some extra cuts. I'm going to have to call in someone to do that.
And for the second time in the build, Gary's keeping it in the family. His brother Lee is an expert at cutting slate and marble, so he's the perfect man for the job.
I won't trip over everything then. Don't make me laugh.
They weigh about a ton, don't they? Who's going backwards then? Me?
Do you want me to go backwards?
No, I don't mind.
I'll go backwards.
And you've got plenty of room in there.
Not really.
I know what your walkway's like.
Watch your fingers. 15 each side. So you're looking at 2 cuts. I quite like that. I think that's going to work.
So you get cutting then.
Let's go for it.
Did right up in the air. All right, just move it in there.
I hope that's not the only bucket we've got.
Lee uses a wet wheel tile cutter to slice through the slate. Safety first, though.
Any goggles?
No.
About face mask.
Nah, where would I face mask?
What do you Eric do with all the goggles?
With no luck finding any, Gary goes old school and raids his vintage stock.
Ready?
Cutting the slate's a slow process and needs to be done in stages to ensure a precise line is achieved.
It's a nice cut, isn't it? Doesn't look bad, does it?
Perfect. Look at that. That's a great job. Nice one, Lee. Good boy. Another pint I owe you.
With the slate in place, Gary can apply the final touches.
This is furniture wax, which has a little bit of a stain in it. There's always a vast variation in the actual colour, but I quite like that, and I think it's going to work really well and look very natural and organic. So let's apply this and see what it comes up like. As you can see, the colours change quite dramatically. What the wax does is actually transform this very raw material into a very nice, highly polished finish. The wax also will act as a repellent against water, and if you were to spill wine or champagne, even cooking oil, it will prolong its life and look. So now you can start really feeling the reward of all the effort. What I'm going to do now is leave it for an hour or so. We're not far away now.
Whilst Gary leaves the first layer of wax to dry, he has another touch to add.
I've had a bit of a brainwave, and I've decided that I want to utilise these screw holes. I've got a whole collection of these wonderful old screws, kept over the years. They're solid brass. And what I want to do is make a feature. And I want the screws to be exposed because I think they're going to look great. A bit of attention on the buffing wheel. They come up beautifully. The overall piece will then gel together and just look amazing with those little final touches. Just add to it and make it something really quite special.
From a jigsaw puzzle of legs and drawers that Gary bought for just £80 to a beautifully bespoke 3-metre-long table, which Gary hopes to sell for £1,000. It's taken a lot of specialist work and attention, but Gary and his team have created something incredible.
There's a real statement piece. I'm actually over the moon with how it's turned out. The elements together, they look like they've always been together. I'm really looking forward to see where it ends up.
In Eric's corner, the weather radar lights are being transformed. As well as adding a bulb to the end of the stem, Eric's decided to mount LED lighting strips to make the lamp stand out even more.
This is a reel of commercial LED, comes on a strip. I want warmth, and I'm hoping when I plug this in that we're going to get warmth, which we most certainly have got. Look at that. I think I'm going to play with strips down the nozzle as far as the ridge and a ring to conclude it. And then I can run my cabling down the back of this column and out through the back of the dish. So what I'm doing now is working on the wiring for the LED sections. And what I'm doing is I'm applying solder to both surfaces that I want to solder together.
By soldering, Eric forms a permanent connection between the LED and the electrical wire that will power it.
And I'm now just going to very quickly touch solder those together. So that's the wires soldered onto the LED strip, and I'm going to apply some adhesive to the surface of the stem. I want it to be secure for the long term.
The LEDs are taped in place while they dry. And then a bulb socket is fitted to the tip.
So that's that nice and tight.
With the stem light fittings fixed, all that's left is to reassemble and mount the light.
And that just pulls it very precisely into line. The next step is to put the whole of the radar assembly onto the base, which will stabilise the whole thing, because at the moment it wants to tip over.
Eric needs a stylish but heavy base.
Gary's got some slate left over from the table project. Hopefully I can find something that's about the right sort of thing for my lamp base. That's too big. Hopefully this will do the job. Yep, it's good size. A little bit of a tidy up and be perfect for the lamp. I've cut the piece to be exactly the size that I want. I've got 4 large bolts to drop through. Final tighten up so it's locked solid, so the whole thing is now really, really solid, and this is beautifully balanced. We're going to use one of these large squirrel's cage bulbs. Squirrel's cage, because the wiring, which is incredibly delicate inside, is so complex, it's become a bit of a generic name for a whole array of these types of bulbs. And when you see the thing turned on, you'll see why.
Hi, Eric. So how are the radars coming on?
What do you think?
Oh, it looks great. This is polished up beautifully.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens.
It looks good, doesn't it?
It looks great, yeah.
The kind of general... Anyway. Yeah. OK, yes, I think we've got all electrics are all firing on all cylinders.
That's brilliant.
There's a little bit of motion here that you could angle this.
Direct in situ sort of thing, yeah.
And the same here as well. It's sort of got space race, you know, ray guns and all that kind of thing.
Excellent.
Okay.
Carry on, sir.
Very good.
As you were.
Eric also gives a twist to the other weather radar that Gary gave him. From a pair of redundant radar receivers bought for £225 to futuristic design pieces, now for sale at £250 each. Earlier this week, Gary bought a jumble of wooden pieces for £80.
This one goes there, maybe.
That he thought made up one long table.
Tip it over.
There, that's it.
I do wonder if it wasn't always together. There's no joint in there.
It turned out to be two separate tables.
This was a
piece.
freestanding item.
Something else.
And there's a leg missing.
Yeah.
And having already fixed up the long one, it's time to get to work on the second.
The plan originally was to make an accompanying piece to the big server. I've had a rethink overnight, and in this occasion, I decided I'm going to make a coffee table. I've just been sorting out one of my storage areas and pulled out a wonderful William IV tilt-top tabletop. And to my eye, straight away, it looked to me as if it was a similar size. We're going to marry the two pieces together. I can visualise it now. It's going to be chunky, so it'll be a substantial piece. These legs obviously continue there, and we're going to chop them to create a lower table. It'll change the form of it altogether. The top is quite thick on it, so we can bring out the detail there and then do an interesting paint job on the bottom half. And we'll see what it looks like.
The top Gary plans to use comes from an antique tilt-top table dating back to the 1830s.
Perfect. That doesn't always happen.
This would have been used for dining in the evening and stored neatly away during the day.
The base of the original table would have sat inside there. You'd pull that, release the table, and that would allow it to lift up. It would normally be of very fine timber. This one's a nice piece of Cuban mahogany, and there's a nice cross-banding here, very typical of the period that goes around, and this rounded form is of a certain era. And I like this moulding around the outside here. We're basically marrying two pieces from one end of the scale to the other in terms of quality. Although very well made, this would have been down in the scullery, and this would have been up in the dining room, up in the very smart part of the house. So hopefully the two will work very well together, and they'll always look as one.
The first thing Gary needs to do is to remove the supporting struts from the top.
So take this out, and then it allows it to sit flush on there. A little bit of skill, and probably brute forced, because it's not coming away. All the screws have been in there so long, they're difficult to get out. Obviously, the wood one's got into this piece, so that is pretty damn rotten. This is the only piece of wood that's affected. It hasn't touched the timber underneath. It's a saving grace that it hasn't gone to anywhere else in this timber. So now that that's sitting flush, I can now calculate the exact length I want for the legs. I'm going to go for 20 inches, or 51 centimetres, and mark all the legs off at the same height. Then we start seeing how the piece comes together. It's the height to which it's most comfortable to put down a cup of tea or coffee, or put your feet up on, or lean forward and read a magazine from. So it's kind of an accepted tolerance that you have for the height of a coffee table. I'll mark it on the front and also on the back of the leg, because as I'm cutting through at this angle, I can keep these lines straight, and that way I know I'm cutting square. So So now we have a nice square cut. I'm going to use this leg to mark off the other legs as I do them, so that way we know we're taking the same amount of every leg. We're not far off now, it's beginning to take shape. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a routed edge to take the sharpness of all the corners of this piece. I want to soften it slightly so it gels better with the top. The top's quite rounded, it's got some nice details on there, and for this to complement that more and look more in keeping, I just want to take the edges off this piece. They'll look much more as though they were always meant to be together. It just gives it another little edge. The colour I'm going to use for the base is going to kind of contrast with the top, but complement it at the same time. I want a deep grey-green colour, which will complement the mahogany of this. And obviously it will dry slightly differently. I'm getting coverage. At the same time, I don't want to see brush strokes.
Once the base is painted, Gary can fix the two table pieces together.
At this point, the two pieces, the marriage becomes consummated. Next stage will be to take away the dirt from this top before I commence on polishing. Taking the dirt away should allow me to see some really nice veneers and grain. What I love doing is taking something and giving it a new lease of life, and this could charm someone's home for another 100 years.
All that's left now is for the top to have its finishing flourishes.
I'm now going to seal the top of this with French polish and give it a hard finish. The wax gives it a certain amount of protection, and now I want to harden that. So to do that, I'm going to swamp this doubled-up muslin cloth with French polish. What that does is maintain almost a reservoir of polish. It's key that you don't ever run out or it goes dry, because you just stick to the surface. The way you apply this is you never stop on the surface, you always start beyond it and run past it, so you don't leave lines or marks. It enriches the colour of the timber, brings out the grain, and also acts as a sealant. It protects the timber and also makes it more beautiful. It's shaping up, a few more layers, and we'll be there.
With the tabletop restored and back looking its best, it's made Gary have second thoughts on the finish of the base.
Having done the top, it sort of overpowered the base slightly in terms of finish, because it came up so well. I felt the base needed to be lifted slightly to complement the top. And to do that, I'm going to use button polish, which is basically a kind of thicker version of French polish. Bring out the character a little bit to make it a richer colour. And it has a slight stain to it, and it's giving it a slightly smoky look. Yeah, I think that's going to work very well. And part of the passion of doing this is that although it's a renovation and a transformation, you're also recycling something for a new generation. These final stages are where you get the greatest satisfaction, because this is where you see the result of all the hard work. This is where the vision comes to life. And looking at it now, I think it looks the business.
What was once a topless table destined for the skip, bought for just £40, is now a contemporary coffee table, ready for sale at $650.
I've got a couple of prospective customers, but let's get it on the website and let's get it sold. Fingers. What's your leg? The true glory is actually selling the piece. £80 for a few drawers and legs. Turn it into something amazing. £1,000. Great profit. These guys are great traders. They got guts to buy something like that and move it around, and I hope they do really well with it.
There was a plane nearly crash landed, I think.
There's a lot of work involved in lifting, but yeah, so there'd be 100 people walk past it, but then there'd be one person it'd fit just right. Right, cheers, Gary. Thank you.
Of course, I have created some space, but it won't take me long to fill that with the next project. So let's get on.
Next time on Restoration Workshop.
What about these rotor blades?
A helicopter graveyard leaves Gary in a spin.
We've got droop, really, haven't we, at the moment?
Copter droop.
Copter droop.
A closing down sale puts him in the frame for a major profit.
So these have got to go, have they?
Yeah.
And an outlandish design idea may be a step too far for Eric.
But the first thing that it spoke to me was a seat.
Really? I'm being defeated.
Tucked away in a leafy corner of Oxfordshire, there's a workshop where unloved and forgotten objects are given a new lease of life.
Now, that looks brilliant. This is polished up beautifully.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Gary Wallace is a restoration and salvage dealer with a difference.
What would you want for the whole thing?
In his hunt for the unexpected,
Haven't got those in the 10, have you?
No.
he travels far and wide to buy abandoned objects with hidden potential.
Wow, what's this thing? That's amazing. 2.5, and you got a deal.
All right, no problem.
Then reinvents and transforms them into one-of-a-kind marvels. Helping him are his band of skilled designers and craftspeople who paint, cut, chisel and stitch to create masterpieces that are sought after by collectors the world over.
I've got to get £12.50 for it.
Thank you very much, Gary.
All right.
Yes.
We turn the impossible into the doable, basically.
The ultimate recyclers.
Welcome to the Restoration Workshop. At the workshop, Gary's team are busy putting a new spin on old and unloved items.
Now, that's a 1911 Cadillac headlamp.
I was going to ask what's it come off of.
Give this a quick clean-up, Barso. Get it all spick and span. I'll leave that one with you.
Yeah, it's cool.
All right, cheers.
All right, brilliant.
Gary's built a name for creating extraordinary man cave treasures, and ideas at the workshop often come from the unlikeliest of places.
Hi, Eric. What are you up to then? What little task have you got today?
It's an old American parking meter, and I'm going to make it into a kind of interesting thing with some lighting.
We'll take the whole mechanism out.
Yeah. A bit of a pop. Well, there you go. And then we can go violation, time expired. Violation, time expired. So you've got to keep putting money in it to keep legal.
To fuel his team's creative urges, Gary's constantly on the lookout for new hunting grounds. Today, he's heading south of Weston-super-Mare to the largest dedicated helicopter museum in the world.
Oh, gents. Wow, this is amazing, isn't it?
It certainly is.
I've never seen so many copters in one place in my life.
We're very fortunate.
The museum was set up by pilot and aviation historian Alvin in 1969. What's pulled Gary 160 miles from home is the chance to get his hands on the years of spares and unwanted helicopter bodies lying tantalizingly at the back of the museum. But on the way through, he can't resist checking out a couple of Alvin and volunteer Andy's favourite whirlybirds.
This is our Hind attack helicopter.
Oh, wow. That's something else, isn't it?
And so armour plate front, multi-barrelled Gatling gun.
Right, OK.
It fires something around about 2,500 rounds a minute. Wow. So you don't want to be...
That's difficult to comprehend, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is the Queen's flight helicopter.
Where did the Queen sit?
The Queen was sat in the front seat.
Can I ask what it cost?
It cost us £58,000, which was a lot less than the Ministry of Defence thought they'd sell it for.
Right.
Because there was a postal strike in the United States, and the people that they'd sent invitations to didn't get them in time.
Oh, that was rather fortunate.
Gary's hoping not to spend anywhere near as much on the items he's come to view. The copters inside are all beautifully restored, but he's not come all this way just to sightsee.
You walk through the door beyond the workshop and then you see the graveyard, if you like, and I'm looking forward to actually getting amongst all that. Potentially things for sale?
Yes, could be, yeah.
Oh, all right, let's have a look. Lead the way. So what's in here then, Alvin?
A whole mix of stuff, really.
With his salvage senses in overdrive, it doesn't take Gary long to spot a bin full of potential.
Now, what's that?
That's a helicopter swash plate.
What can I do with that? Oh, yeah. What's that from?
That's the...
To hold a blade on or something?
Yes, it's a blade cuff.
Well, should we put a little parcel together
Yeah,
and then
okay.
see what we can come up with? But just see, they're all elements I might be able to do something with. So
Yes.
Things that are destined for the tip, you know, you need to get in there and try and salvage these things before they end up as scrap. Yeah, so I don't suppose you know what's in there, really, do you?
There's a whole mixture of stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Clearly some interesting bits and pieces in here. Do you think, is it possible to get these sort of tipped out?
Yeah, we can do that.
Every good salvager knows, often where there's muck, there's brass.
Well, I hate to say it, but there isn't anything there, really.
Unfortunately, in this case, there's just muck.
I feel a bit sorry for them now because they're going to have to put it all away. There wasn't much else in there to find, but if you don't look, you don't know. I do thank you for your efforts, but having said that, I've just spotted something else. What can you tell me about this?
That's a cylinder head from a Gypsy Major engine, I think.
It almost looks like some sort of alien head, but I just think it would look a great thing on its own. Polished up, perhaps, but a really nice find. Should we stick it in the pile?
Yeah, stick it in the pile.
Quite like that.
So, a cylinder head, a swash plate and a pair of blade cuffs.
20, 40...
The only problem now is to work out what to pay for such a unique shopping list.
£80?
Yeah, well, round it up to 100.
Let's call it 100. Thanks very much. Cheers. Where else should we look?
Well, we can have a look in the containers.
Let's go for it.
See what's in those.
Yeah, OK. OK. Looks like I might need a torch.
Yes, you might. Be my guest.
Shall I just... Thanks for that. I'll just take a scramble over and have a quick look, shall I?
Yeah, by all
All
means,
right, OK.
yeah.
Wish me luck.
OK.
If I'm not back in 15 minutes, send out a search party. I mean, that's a 40-foot container, and I bet nobody's been back there for years, so it's always the best place to look. You've just got to tuck into it and see what you can find.
That's the engine exhaust for the Wasp or Scout helicopter.
Right. Then I see the exhaust system, which had great form, the design of it. And when he told me it came from a Wasp helicopter, I thought I've just got to have this. And I've got an idea for that already.
The Wasp dates back to the 1960s and was the first jet helicopter to be operated from small ships, such as frigates and destroyers.
So what sort of value would it be worth you selling it for?
50 or 60 quid.
Well, I'll give £50 for it.
OK.
All right. I'm not sure how we're going to get it from here to there, but we might have to call in your reinforcements. I'll just carry on and see what else I can find. What about this piece?
Part of the tail cone off a Westland Whirlwind helicopter.
First built in the 1950s, the Western Whirlwind was used by the Royal Navy and helped pioneer advanced rescue techniques, such as this technically challenging diver drop.
What sort of money would that be?
Another 50?
Yeah. How about 40? That's including danger money.
Split the difference, 45.
OK, go on then. It's got loads of history with it, and it's a surplus to requirements, so we struck a deal. It's double-sided. It's just a good piece of art. It's just a great thing. The form of the exhaust engine mount, where it flared out in 2 sections, there's a void left in the middle. I didn't think we were going to get that out of there, but right, well, pleased with that. I actually think it'll make a great seat, a really unusual seat. It's just got great form. Just before we go, those tubular items, what are they?
Those are landing lights from the old Western airfield.
We're going to have a look at them?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I see. So the caps come off today. Oh, I see. They must unscrew. So what would you want for those?
£100 for the other 3.
Yeah, why not? I don't see it. I think that's very fair. I don't really know what I'm going to do with these, but same as everything else. But they're interesting. They make a good talking point. So
Yeah.
yeah, we'll do that.
OK.
Cheers.
Out in the helicopter graveyard lie the carcasses of some huge abandoned choppers. And in the antiques business, when it comes to profits, size often matters.
Yeah,
absolutely.
There's something alluring about aircraft that are falling apart.
Old aircraft, yeah.
Oh, hold on. What about these rotor blades?
Yeah, we could probably do something with that.
Most of the blades here are of such a scale they're very difficult to work with. But the tail end rotor blades are of a more accessible and more usable size. Yeah, got to have those. Not sure what we'll do with them, but they might make a nice ceiling fan.
Yes, they could.
Lovely. Couple of £100?
Well, we can sell them in the shop usually for 70, 80 quid a piece, but you want the complete set with the rotor head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a deal.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, great stuff.
Okay.
I'll go with that. While we're here, I've got to ask this question. Out of interest, what would you want for the whole thing?
Probably about 3 grand.
3 grand?
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff for 3 grand, isn't it? Do you deliver?
No. Unfortunately, you have to collect.
Dealing with Alvin is actually a delight. His passion's in this place. I totally respect that. He gave me very fair prices. I couldn't argue with him. He's a delight to deal with.
Gary's copped more than a handful of copter parts today. Deal agreed, he loads up and heads back to the workshop, with plenty of new projects to fly with. At the workshop, with the able assistance of right-hand man Eric, Gary has a big project on his hands. He plans to reinvent the rear rotor blades and rotor head from a Western Whirlwind helicopter that he bought for £200. He's considering the idea of a coffee table, but the scale of the blades could be a problem.
Do you mean cutting the blades? Quite a lot.
Virtually down to little stubs.
I think we've got to go for it. As much as it goes against the grain for me to have to cut those fabulous blades down, I'm going to have to. We still get the feel of the item and where it's come from. The centre column will have the blades attached to it. That'd be the pedestal, if you like. And I also want to combine that with a piece of metalwork which I bought, which I think is part of a ducting system, some sort of aircon system. It's got really good form to it, and it's tie in nicely with the blades and give the proportion for the base, which we need in this case. Because the glass I have is 4 foot in diameter, I think it could make an amazing coffee table.
It's over to Eric, who's got the task of cutting down the rotor blades.
I've never taken one of these apart, never seen one built, so I've no idea what this consists of. I can merely guess. But the first thing we want to do is take this end plate off, because If that comes out successfully, what I want to do is then cut the rest of the blade down effectively to a stubby blade and then reinsert this beautifully shaped end piece into the new stubby blade.
To get the end plate off, the small rivets must first be removed. But in place since the 1950s, they're not going to make Eric's life easy by dropping out now.
We test some tools to the limit in this workshop and often way beyond.
If there's one thing Eric's learned in this business, persistence brings its own reward. With the rivets out, Eric cuts the end off the blade.
This is like a foil honeycomb inside. It's really interesting to see. Must be quite something when it's all being built. In the meantime, I need to get this end plate off.
The long blade can now be cut down to size. Then it's time to fit the two ends together.
Do you remember a tin of pilchards? And you got a little key out and you peeled and rolled the tin lid back. And that's exactly what I've done with this. So we end up with a short piece like this, so that that can be reinserted to make our stubby blade, which is just the right distance from the center of the table, the rotor blade structure, to give us the tabletop.
A nifty bit of tinkering from Eric, but it's only a small victory in the war to transform the rotor blades into a coffee table.
Let's just see where that sits in. Obviously, that'll sit there. But
we've got droop, really, haven't we, at the moment?
Copter droop.
Copter droop.
It's not, no. This engineering is magnificent, but it's not serving our purpose, so we need to fix this. Any ideas?
Yeah, I've been giving it some thought. We want the blades to sit at an angle that we like, but we don't want them moving around. They've got to stay static. So I think I can fabricate and make use of the mounting points.
Tie these together?
Yeah, yes. I'll have to play around with a bit of bracketry and things so that everything is locked together.
You crack on with your bracketry.
Yeah.
And I'll crack on with these fellas.
It's called engineering, Gary.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
OK, all right, we'll push on.
And maestro of all things mechanical, Eric soon comes up with a solution to the copter droop.
To provide the kind of stability that we need for the tabletop, this glass top that's going to go on here, I've worked out that basically each of these arms needs to have 2 points of anchor. So I've got to create a new bracket that will fly between this bolt point here and that hole there, which is in effect a strap with a twist. So I'm going to make the bracing piece that goes across here now.
Eric's found the ideal material to make his bracket, some leftover chrome-plated tube, which is about to come into its own. First, he cuts it to size with a pipe cutter, then flattens one end with a vise for a stronger mount.
And there you can see it's nice and flat to make the mounting point, which is what I'm going to do now. So here's my flattened end drilled and ready to go onto there. I've also done the other end, which is bent at 90 degrees. So it's flattened at 90 degrees to this because it has to be mounted in a totally different direction onto this. I want to see now how we go with getting this lot on. Oh, is that for strong? That's not going anywhere.
While Eric's hard at work in the workshop, Gary hits the road to chase down some more items to salvage and make new.
So we're just en route to a local framing restorer. He's basically retiring, so could be rich pickings because he's got sort of somewhere between 50 and 100 frames he wants to sell. I do an awful lot of mirrors, so anything that will be used, that I can utilise to put a mirror in, that's what I'm really looking for.
How
are you doing?
Yeah, haven't seen
Nice
you
to
for a
see
while.
you. No, how's things? All right.
Yeah, fine, thank you, yeah. I've been moving for the last 3 months, so I wonder if you want to buy some picture frames.
Let's have a look, see what you got.
Let's have a look then.
Here in his barn, Ian has been making bespoke frames, as well as restoring and gilding old ones, for nigh on 40 years.
Jeez.
I've...
You got some kit, haven't you?
Oh, it's supposed to be my retirement, doing these up and selling them.
Yeah.
And I just haven't got round to it. I just haven't found time.
Well, let's see what you've got, and then see if we can do a deal.
Okay, yeah, okay, got it. Nice bit of old mirror and nice one there.
So these are to go, yeah?
Yeah, they're to go. This is modern, but we painted that. We were going to have it at home, but I think that's quite nice.
Yeah, that's all right.
That could be rubbed back with a bit of wirewall, and that gold can be ring.
But it's the stunning gilded mirror behind it that Gary's got his eye on.
Yeah.
Original back in there, isn't there?
It is actually, yeah. Yeah. No, that's all right. Yeah. Okay.
I got a load upstairs, Gary. It's a bit of a mess up there.
Upstairs is a treasure trove of frames, old and new, simple and ornate.
Here's a few more, look.
Okay, yeah, they're decent frames, aren't they?
Yeah, they're lovely. That one, that's a nice one.
So these have got to go, have they?
Yeah.
And it's not just the frames that are up for grabs in Ian's closing down sale.
What about anything else in here? What about this chap?
Yeah, he's up for sale.
So what are you thinking for the
Well-
entire lot? And there's no point breaking it down individually.
Well, I thought about 1-3.
Right. Well, I'd be happier at £1,000.
The roll top test is staying, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay, Gary,
All
bless
right.
you.
Okay.
Cheers, mate.
All right, we'll do that then. Right.
Right, phew, you've got some work to do
We've got
now.
to do some work now. There's about 60 frames there that are reasonably useful. Very often these used to come out of churches. It will make a very good mirror, so I think that's what it's destined for now. There's 2 or 3 bigger ones, which pretty much immediately sellable within the trade, and I'm hoping I can get most of my money back on those pieces that stand out against the rest. Some of them need a bit of attention. I can refinish them, put a mirror in them, it totally transforms them, gives them another dimension. But a good batch and a nice opportunity to have.
It's a dream deal for Gary. Nearly a full lorry load of frames to upcycle and resell from just one trip.
Right, cheers, Ian.
Cheers,
Thanks
Gary.
very much.
All the best to you.
Good luck. Cheers.
Bye now.
At the workshop, Gary has plans to revamp the biggest and most striking mirror from his £1,000 all-in investment.
A mirror frame of this size and scale is unusual. So this is carved wood and plaster and gilt, and definitely worth the effort to restore.
This beauty is going to need all of Gary's restoration skills to bring it back from almost scrap.
These areas here, we need to replenish, and to hand carve that and do it, you could do it, but it would take so long. So what I propose to do is create a mould from the original using this amazing stuff, which is a 2-part, almost like plasticine. When the two parts are combined, they react and go rock solid. And you have to keep it manipulated until you're ready to use it, because it will it's going hard as we speak. So now what I need to do is I'm going to impress it onto the old frame, but what I can't have is it sticking to it. So I'm just going to use furniture wax that we use every day. It's almost like grease lining a baking dish. So, and this, when it's impressed, leave it on for just a few minutes before we take it away again, because as we pull it away, it will distort.
Gary's waxed a larger area of frame than any of the gaps he needs to fill, so he'll only need to make one mould for all of his repairs.
So I carefully apply and make sure I've covered the area that I need to, and then just form it into the shape of a mould. Now I'm just going to leave that for a few minutes. This mirror itself is it's worth saving because it's over 150 years old, and as you can imagine, how many mirrors have been broken in 150 years. This one survived, so it's really worth saving this frame. And this is the way, I think it will look amazing once it's done. So I think this has just gone off enough. It's kind of solidified enough for me to be able to, I can just feel that it's coming, it's ready to come off. So let's see how we go. And hopefully, there you go, we're ready. Hopefully, there you have it.
Earlier, Gary spent £50 on the exhaust system of a 1960s jet copter, and he already has an idea to turn this piece of scrap into a design classic.
Well, we have a really interesting shaped thing here.
This was the fuselage of a, I think it was a Wasp helicopter. But the first thing that it spoke to me was a seat.
Really?
Well, I just see this as a seated area.
Right.
That's just been a really funky seat.
Is that why you're carrying something?
And then, on my travels, at a recent motorcycle jumble, I found this.
Okay.
It's a pillion seat, I think, for a big old chopper, but...
I see where you're going. It's one of those little amusement pieces.
But you see that in there, that seems to sit the form perfectly, and then if we can utilise these natural bulks, points there, but bear in mind, it might have to take all sorts of action.
Yeah. OK, well, I'll see what kind of fun and games we can get up to trying to come up with a solution. All right, we'll get on with it, Gary. This is one of the most bizarre things I've ever had to think about. Somehow or other, there's got to be a way of coming up with a solution of interconnecting this and that for Gary's chair of entertainment.
From the quirky to the classic, Gary's been restoring the decorative carving on a 19th century gilt mirror by creating a template from epoxy putty to make a replica of the missing pieces.
So our mould is actually created. It's rock solid. This mould now is, I can use this over and over and over now, and I can do the repeat of the same process. It's a really, really useful tool, and it's just great for this kind of work.
The next stage is to make the replacement pieces that will be slotted next to the original carving.
Again, plenty of wax into the mould that we've created, making sure that every little area is covered. And then I want to put the two-part putty into this mould. So I'm just going to leave that for a few minutes, just so we get that crispness of the actual detail. Now, because I've taken impression from the actual frame, the areas that I set back in, hopefully, will be identical to the rest of it, and I think it'll be pushed to see which were the repaired parts and which weren't.
The moulding isn't the only part that's seen better days.
This area of the frame's actually taken quite a lot of damp. There's a lot of damp damage there. Quite a bit of this beading is missing. I have to make a decision very soon whether I try and recreate a mould for that bead, which could be quite difficult, or do I take it off altogether? So there's a decision to be made.
The first replacement piece is now set hard and ready to use.
So I'm now at the point where I can start cutting these sections off on the fret saw and slot them into the places where it's missing. So let's mark off where I need to make the cuts. And what I try and do is, where possible, use the curvature of the grooves in this moulding here, make it less obvious where the joints are. So we have a natural curve here, and I'll cut through there, and the same on this one. Just trying it in situ now, and I can see that fits perfectly. So I'm going to glue that in position. I'll just leave that for a few hours. That'll go off. and move on to the next bit. Seems to fit very nicely.
Gary's been considering what possible buyers might be looking for in the overall design of this mirror.
Now that I've made a decision that I'm not going to replace this bead, I'm going to take it back, sand it down, and actually make it look less fussy. And it's just as sellable without that bead. It may even appeal to more people, being slightly simpler in its design. I'm just going to take all these beads off, and they won't go to waste because it's quite common to find these on this kind of period frame. And I'll keep all the odd ones because if I've got a frame that's only got 1 or 2 missing, then they're always very useful to replace. So I'm now just going to sand back the plaster to smooth out that edge. The areas that I've actually remoulded obviously don't have any gilt on them at all. So I'm going to use this gilding paste and literally, with my finger, just apply it to the areas that require it. It's missing from quite a bit of the original gilt as well. I'm going to apply it to those areas where... Here's quite nice. You can see the original gilding coming through. And it's quite amazing how, once you've blended it all in together, it's quite difficult, if not impossible, to see where the original and the replacement mouldings actually are.
As good as the gold gilt looks, Gary needs to make the mirror as commercial as possible. He's got a radical painting technique to bring it in line with today's buyers' tastes.
These things did get overpainted over the years, and this one, I just want it to look like it's got a trace of the old gilt coming through. So, and I apply it, I'm almost stabbing at the... It's not brush strokes, it's literally just stabbing at the moulding, and the idea of that is to give the sort of effect of old paint that's kind of crusted up and dried out as it would have done over the years.
Using wire wool on the paint will help give the mirror the shabby chic look he's after.
Very, very carefully take away, strategically, areas where I just want a little bit of the gilding to come through. And that will also bring out the detail. Final process is to just seal the overall look with a very slight hint of wax, and the wax has a very, very slight stain to it, and I should just gel everything together and make it look much more natural. Just the right amount of wax. Too much will take the paint off, and too little doesn't have any effect at all. So you have to just get that, and it's a real judgment you need to get correct. Now, as it stands, I'm really, really pleased with the way this has turned out. But the true test and the way to make this sparkle, make the frame sparkle again, is to clean the mirror plate and let's see it in its full glory.
From a job lot of mirrors, frames and desks that Gary salvaged from a barn at £1,000 the lot, this grand ornate oval mirror was the star of the show. Now it's reimagined and shining brightly once again, and it's for sale for £800. Outside the workshop, Eric's taking on the challenge of constructing a usable chair from an old helicopter exhaust and a motorbike seat. First up, a spray paint to make it gleam.
I've used 2 different tones of silver and a kind of gunmetal, and I've blended them going from top to bottom. I want to create a sort of bonding with the black seat in the middle. See how that looks. And then I sprayed down the insides of the old exhaust systems with a matte black, which cleans up and creates that feeling that there's, something being going on in there. It makes you look down inside.
To create a strong plate to hold the motorbike seat, Eric's recycling some aluminium he found in the yard's pile of scrap metal.
We've got these trays I was hoping to be able to use an offcut of that, but there isn't quite enough. I want to use the strength of this spar here to fly out up the centre here, so to mount the plate on there and to fly as a strong spar up the middle, and then the seat pad will sit down on top of there. It's one thing designing something in your head that provides a mechanical or engineered solution. I'm just trying to think how to create something that does the job from a technical perspective and provides support to that seat. At the same time, kind of doesn't look ridiculous and unconsidered.
Eric cuts the scrap aluminium to the shape he needs.
That's the basic piece cut out. Just going to check it's the way it sits in there now, where the holes need to be drilled, and then I can clean this exactly to the precise shape that I want. I'm very nearly there.
The metal plate is screwed onto a shaped wooden platform, ready to support the seat.
Right. This is the main structure now. You can see the spine down the middle that gives the strength front to back. And this is the cross support that goes across there that gives this thing rigidity, so you've got absolute strength, side to side, front to back. The whole lot sits there, and that now is strong. I'm quite satisfied that we've got a sort of technical solution. I've just got to fix it all together, clean it up, spray it up, a little bit of work on the buffing wheel, and then I can drill it and bolt it in place. Yeah, that's going to be fabulous. Well, I know I've got something now that is strong enough when combined with the actual exhaust system itself to make it strong enough that somebody can sit on there with confidence, including Gary.
But Eric's not done yet. The plan is to give the chair a cheeky burst of light.
Because what I want to do is put a rim of LED in the top of each of the exhaust outlets. Because this is a fun and funky thing, and that's what we want it to come across as. So almost the more bizarre it is, the better. So that's going to come up here. I've got some little tape tabs just to hold the LED in place.
To cover the open ends of the exhaust and protect the LEDs, Eric has a bespoke solution.
They're not perfectly circular, they're slightly irregular, so I'm going to have to make a cardboard template to get an exact impression of this slightly wobbly shape. So I'm going to use this tatty old bit of cardboard, and then I'm going to push. There you go. So now that's an exact replica of this rim. I've got a degree in cardboard cutting.
Some coloured perspex will allow the lights to shine through.
Yes, look at that. Lovely.
Right, Eric, how are we doing?
Well, you asked for spectacular.
Well, I can see you've been having some fun with this.
Yes, it's interesting looking.
It is.
Let me show you. This is the really important bit as well, is the finishing touch.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a nice sort of touch. Isn't it?
Yeah, but there we go.
That works really well, actually. It's,
I think it, it needs...
It's
what
actually,
do you think?
It actually is quite comfortable, to be fair.
It's surprisingly
It could sit in the corner of a bar.
It could, couldn't it?
Yeah, no, it works. It's a bit of fun, and exactly that. So we'll call it the helicopter performance chair.
I think that is exactly what it is.
From one discarded helicopter exhaust that cost Gary just £50, an old motorcycle seat and some metal offcuts, Eric has created a stool that's unique and quirky. An item this unusual should give Gary a tidy profit. He's hoping to sell it for £450. With the seat finished, Eric turns his attention back to the coffee table he's making from the helicopter rotor blade.
When I reflect upon this, I have to say, not for one moment did I ever think I'd be hacking a tail rotor to bits to make it into a table. This is about as bespoke as you can get in the world of table making, I would think. It's very exciting.
Some loose rotor bracketing is going to require another bespoke solution.
Instead of these just hanging down like a useless bit of nothing, I'm going to fix them in place on these cross struts here so they look as if they've got a geometric sense of purpose.
This is the final phase of the structure that will hold the shortened rotor blades in place.
Right, Eric.
Polish
just started polishing the blades. Just want to see how they look against the rest of it.
Let's just see how
we're getting on. Looks like you're making good progress here.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with all this, and I'm just doing the last tensioning.
This is looking good, because that'll tie in nicely with the polish.
With the polish bit here, yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Cheers, thanks, Gary.
With the copter droop firmed up, the rotor body has been turned upside down, so the base can be worked on.
Right, so this is the last of the nuts off the crown wheel here. We've taken these off because we're going to put a mounting plate on there, making use of these bolts, which will give us an unbelievably strong fixing. And the whole purpose of that is to mount this fabulous aerodynamically designed fan base onto there.
He cuts a piece of scrap aluminium to size, so it can be bolted to the rotor hub for a super strong fixing.
The Eagle has landed. So I've got to get every single one of these threaded on.
Now for those cut-down rotor blades that will take this table to the next level.
In we go with the first of the 4 blades. That's great.
The original blue paint of the unit has been left to preserve its history. All that remains is to give it a once-over with the polisher.
One of the last little details is to provide some rubber damping where the glass is going to sit on top of the whole construction. So I've used an offcut, and I'm just going to put some bonding onto the bottom of it. I'll do the same on each of the wings, so we'll then have a soft bedding for the glass to sit on.
All right, Eric, looking good.
Perfect timing as always, Gary. What do you think?
No, looking great, isn't it? Yeah. No,
I'm really, really thrilled with this. I think it's just the most astonishing piece.
And the thing I was worried about initially was cutting down the blades, but do you know what? It actually works.
Constructing a stylish coffee table from an old helicopter rotor hub and blades takes a huge dollop of imagination and some serious technical know-how. Gary paid just £200, but this transformed one-off table is now up for sale at $1,500.
When you look up from underneath and see all this extraordinary engineering, it's all locked in place with this beautiful drum at the bottom.
It looks like it's got, even that's got a twisted form to it.
Yeah, almost it looks like it wants to just fly away.
I can't see this hanging around very long at all. It's a storming piece. Good effort all round, I think. It looks great.
Next time on Restoration Workshop.
So I see you got 80 on there.
Got 80 on it, yeah.
What's the real price?
Alpha male Gary snaps up a bargain.
Thanks,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Plus we can have a bit of fun with it. Oh, wow, yeah.
A car-themed treat lights up one client's life.
This is by far the best thing I've seen for a long, long time.
I found what's called a glacier.
Icebox.
And there's a red-hot plan for a vintage cooler.
Cocktail cabinet.
Yeah, exactly.